Oh, hey, good morning. Boy, our last day, it's kind of sad, isn't it? But I'm glad you didn't let us do this. This is great. Good morning. Just like a normal Monday because it's rainy. How about that? So, hi Meg, how are you? Back home. Got the guitars. Yes, morning, Rebecca. Yeah, it feels a little normal because it's cloudy, although it's clearing up pretty fast. So the light's coming up a little bit in here. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, that's good. I know, it's a little tiring. Let's see. So everybody's looking forward to Thanksgiving is compromising is gonna be. We're still trying to figure out what to do. I think it's just gonna be my wife and I. Oh, you are? Wow, how about that? You're in your pod, yeah. I know there's a bunch, we've just been keeping so isolated that I don't really feel comfortable really connecting with anybody. Line up all our laptops, so that's a good idea. Phones Zoom over others. Yeah, I think that's probably what we'll try to do. I'm not so sure we have people that are willing to participate. Who is that? Oh, what a cutie. I like that scarf too. That's a good one. Yeah. Well, that's your prerogative, I think. That's what happens. I look, you're wearing your Papa shirt today. That's good. Very nice, very nice. All right, so let me do, I have a presentation of Henry Assawa Tanner today. So we'll look at that artist and launch into our last day live stream. So it was really nice that Jimmy let us live stream because essentially the school is really super shut down now, except for private studios. So he kind of considered us to be private studios. So I thought that was really nice. So let's hear from Jimmy. So that's good, nice. So we're going to screen share and this. Let's see. There it is. I left it up. Okay. All right, what's exciting about this artist is that his name is Henry Asawa Tanner, and he lived in Philadelphia and went to the Pennsylvania Academy and was one of Thomas Aiken's star pupils. But he encountered a lot of racism, which you might imagine, in the late 1800s in Philadelphia, big surprise. And so he moved to Paris and ended up living the rest of his life in Paris to great acclaim. So he was actually so famous that one of his paintings was purchased by the Louvre Museum. And it's quite known there, but also quite known here. But this was a show, this is a catalog from the show that the Pennsylvania Academy put together in 2014. And as you can see, it's very painterly. This is a close-up. This is your Orientalist kind of viewpoint, which is popular then. With the academic artist, which he's more, but there's a nice painterliness to it, a nice light and dark as it goes through. And here's some of his early work, which relates a lot to what you're working on in class. And you can see the Aiken's influence with the structure, the heavy attention to anatomy, the reduced color palette hasn't really been influenced by the Impressionist palette yet. Both of those artists lived during the time of the Impressionists, so they would have been influenced by that. But there's also this very gestural pose, and that's what we're doing today as well. But you can see even with the paint strokes, they're visible, but what's more visible is the light, the gesture, and the form that's in there, down to even the musculature. You know, this brachioradialis going over, the tricep muscle, the deltoids, this towards the front, the teres is put in. And that's that strong influence of Aiken's in his teaching. He also did a number of landscapes, and he has this one with a shepherd, and you can see the shepherd in there with the sheep underneath this tree. Not a very large one, 17 by 24, but so detailed like a Barbizon painter, where you even get some of the grasses very articulated and a very clean tree. This was actually owned by a friend of ours, a family friend. His father had bought it, his grandfather, I'm sorry, had bought it directly from Henry Asawa Tanner in Philadelphia when he was here. And it was shown for years at the Philadelphia Museum until they put it up for sale. So sadly, it's now gone from the family, but they had it for quite a long time. This is where he gets into more of his subject matter he's known for, but you can still see the heavy influence of Thomas Aiken's, although the brushstroke, I can find my cursor here, brushstrokes start to become more visible and less defining. So these brushstrokes now look like just massing in with color changes, which is more influenced by the light of Impressionists. And then, of course, the subjects of the very humble African-American subject, which he started to dwell on when he wasn't doing religious subjects. So this was still something that was pretty rare in his day. This was a painting, this study he did for this painting, and it was actually taken directly from this Thomas Hovigen, who did a painting of the shoemaker. You know, the sabot is a French wooden shoe, and they would use it, the peasants would use it. In those days, they were really thinking about the heroic workers. And so he's working on some of the compositional details and the gestures, and doing much of what Aiken's would do with these really quick studies that would then start to inform the later painting. down to even the workbench and where he's going to put the position. And then once he settled on that, he ended up going with a guy here, and then he detailed all this area up down to all the little wood fragments and everything around it. So it's still really bent on this academic approach. This one is to study for, the Annunciation, which is at the Philadelphia Museum. And I'm sure many of you have seen it's quite large, 57 by 71. You can see from this study that he had everything worked out. And the general consensus at this point is that, is this light, which is of the Spirit, which is talking to Mary. And they're saying that this light was heavily influenced by the incandescent lights that were present at the time. They'd just been invented, and so they started to really think about that very strong projected light and what we'll do for this humble environment, which ended up putting Mary into, and then also having her be, much of the character what she would have been naturally in her setting. But look at all the fabrics and the folds, that lighting. I was thinking a lot about this one with the lighting like we have today, coming strongly over the top of that chair, and then it's coming on this bench and it's going across there, and then illuminating the figure with this, again, very specific gesture, and then these suggested backgrounds down to the stone, the carpet with even a fold in it, the carpet behind, as it builds. But, a lot of attention to exactitude. Later, you see now we've jumped to 1910, very influenced by Impressionism and gestural, and then everything became very biblical. So he was working with these, which are, wasn't as popular as you can imagine in his day, and it certainly is still not that popular today, being that you center in on something that a lot of the world doesn't focus on. But the light, again, is very present in these figures, very strong gestures, whites being brought up, the colors start to become more inventive, and then he starts to crop really aggressively. So this isn't a piece of something, it's cropped. So look at that arm and the way that's built, the face is built through. And then the last one I wanted to put in was Daniel in his den. And look at the dates on this, 1907 to 1918. And that happened because he would stop and start the painting. You go through the other thing that's interesting about it is it's done on paper, which some of you are working on, that he then mounted on canvas later. But this is a real extreme example of how light's used. Look at this where it's coming in from the skylight, and Daniel's illuminated with these lines. But these lines, as unspecific as they are, they still have this great sense of gesture and form. And here's what was used in those days, pretty heavily, because he did study with Akins, and Akins studied with Jerome, who was using photography. And so they did incorporate a lot of photography. And you can see the gestures of these lines are really evidence of that. Down from the silhouetting to the lighting back there, to the form as it goes away, and then just getting up and then really articulating that one line as it gets over towards Daniel. And then he would be, his face and all would be in shadow as his arms are, but then the strong light becomes the light according to the whole painting. So let's really think about light today and how that's being brought up and really start to form this figure through that, and then some of this attention to detail that would be really important to get the paintings realized. And the detail can come in with anatomy, it can come in with gesture, it can come in with better sense of the control of the light. But we also want to be aware of paint quality and a little color exaggeration. So, don't be shy about this idea of using color according to even an impressionist mode. Like what do light colors look like? They look like yellows, oranges, pinks, bright reds, and then shadows, and of course the blue-greens, but then purples. But then we can also start to neutralize based on complements. All right, so we'll get our model up and get started. And I look at your work at the first 20 minutes. Okay, great. right. So you've still got the markings on the ground there. I think you probably can follow.
Yeah.
And do you remember the pose?
Yeah. Okay, and my hair was up.
Yes. Here we go. We didn't know what we were going to be doing today.
Yeah, I didn't even know if I was going to be coming in.
I know. What are you doing with Scott's classes?
That's done.
Oh shoot.
Yeah.
Man, so because we're live streaming, we're able to get an extra day, and that's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Good for everybody. You as well. Little Thanksgiving thing.
Yeah. It's just in a matter of days.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard from CJ last night.
Yeah. He messaged you or called you?
Yeah, he was messaging and said, "Oh, hey, I thought I should talk to you because what's going to be happening?" So he didn't have any idea.
Right. Yeah, he was. I could tell he was oh, that's right. So.
Little flustered.
Yeah. He was unsure what was.
Little flustered. So yeah, the one leg's back, and then the other one is stretched out. Right, that's why there's that mark there. A little bit further. Right, good. And then you're leaned over. Right, that's it. You know, with something like this, you wait for the pain to feel familiar.
Yeah.
So in a sense, what you're doing is grasping onto the chair, like this. So there you are. Yep. Just like that. And there's the other mark. Yep. Excellent. Then your head's turned back towards me a little bit. That's it. Good. And then that foot is still somehow out further. I don't know if you can do that.
Oh, this way?
Yeah.
Okay.
And because of that, this is what happened. Your knee and everything moved that way more.
Okay.
So that way it allowed it, and it wasn't too much of a stretch.
Right.
So we've got that knee a little bit of a zigzag. Right? That's better.
That?
Yep.
Okay. I just need to make sure I have my timer too. I just put it down somewhere.
Oh, shoot.
Sorry.
Looking for things all.
Let's see. That's strange. Okay, I'm not sure where the timer went.
Well, this is not much fun.
Oh, here it is.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Oh, that light is great. All right, I've got to just angle this down just a little bit. We're not catching your foot. There we are. Okay, that's good. Somehow this leg is still out for the foot. I don't know how you did it. Does that feel? Maybe just lean. Yeah, that's good enough. Just do what you can do. Maybe it's because you're lean. Yeah, that's right. That looks better. Okay, got it. You know what the enemy of good is?
What'd you say?
You know what the enemy of good is?
What?
Better. I know better than just sit there going, no, let's try just a little bit. Oh yeah, we've gone through that before. We've gone through that many times before.
So you ready for this break?
No, not at all. It looks like we're not doing anything for Thanksgiving.
Okay.
So, it's a little disappointing.
So you're not going to do the. Oh, that would be for Christmas, the modified dishes meal?
No, we're gonna do it for Christmas, yeah. Yeah, so the Christmas is looking pretty sketchy at this point too, though.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so it's really kind of a shame. Really, looking forward to seeing my daughter.
Oh,
It's
that's
just we
right.
can't really do it because she doesn't quarantine.
Right.
She's going back and forth on public transportation all the time.
Okay.
And be like you and I. We see each other, but you're in a mask, I'm in a mask.
Right.
But we're not going to have her come and visit being in a mask all the time.
No, that means she would have to sleep in a mask, and
Yeah.
you would have to be distanced when you're eating.
Yeah, that's just not. Who's going to do that? So, it's really a shame.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to care, but she's on other things. Okay, well then what else can I do? Who can I see?
She seems like she has a lot to keep herself busy.
Yeah, she does. Which is good, you want that, but a little codependency wouldn't hurt. What are you gonna do?
My grandma wants me to come over.
Oh no.
So I gotta, well, I go over, I'm the only one that checks up on her.
Oh.
So I just make sure that I just wear my mask, keep it on all the time, and clean myself with bleach and
Sure.
and alcohol and water. And
So you're kind of in her pod.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Well, that sounds fun.
She's gonna be making crab cakes this year.
Oh, that would be cool.
For Thanksgiving and a whole bunch of other things.
You don't want to miss that.
Yeah.
My rule is if there's crab cakes involved, you don't miss it.
I think she's also over the fact that she's considered to be an at-risk group.
Well, but she is. She can't just will it away.
I know, but she's like, if it's that bad, she says she's probably going to get it.
Oh boy. Oh no. Just you know what that means if she's just sick of it.
Yeah.
That's what that means.
Pretty much. And then she said to me, how don't you know I can't give it to you?
Well, you don't.
Right.
You don't. That's the whole point.
So we're going to meet for a little bit and have some food and share food.
Good.
And then one of my friends is going to set up their backyard.
Oh, good.
And we're just going to...
What's the weather supposed to be like?
I'm hoping it's going to be nice because for the rest of the week I heard it's going to be 50 degrees.
Okay, I'll have to, because I know on Wednesday when I have my landscape, it's supposed to be 56 now.
Ooh.
So that's pretty good, but that doesn't mean the next day's got to be that. You always have to.
That's true.
Yeah, so we'll have to check. I'll check for you. I've got pretty reliable weather usage, so I have to have that for the class.
Okay. Yeah, plus my friend, even if it's raining in the bay,
Sure.
he has a tent. So
Yeah, of course.
I'm cool with that.
People have gotten around that.
Yeah.
That's nothing at this point. We laugh at me.
Yeah, so it's just between those two locations.
Oh, that's good.
I'll be,
And no traffic, so that's good.
yeah.
Yeah, we were originally planning on me going down and picking up Banana and Phoebe
Oh.
and driving them back, sitting in the car. And I
Oh.
didn't want to take the bus. But now we're scrapping that even, so.
Yeah. I didn't imagine it was going to be this much of a challenge for these holidays this year.
I didn't either. We just don't really, there's so many other things, the election, you know, everything going on. So it's just, I think it just sort of snuck up on everybody.
Yeah.
And they also didn't think it was going to be a big rise in numbers like it's been all month.
Yeah, I just think people became a little bit more lax about mask wearing.
Yeah, I think so too. And they said that most of the spreads have been happening in people's homes.
Right.
You can't blame them. I mean, and I told you those instances where we went to people's houses and they weren't wearing masks.
Okay.
And we're supposed to say, okay, guess we don't need to, but it's obviously risky. That's obviously what's caused the problem here.
Yeah, people going over to each other's homes and hanging out. Majorly because you could go to restaurants and eat outdoors, but
I don't know. Somebody was actually, I didn't even realize it. I was kind of talking to this person over the weekend, and they're saying, well, can we meet at such and such place tomorrow because we're supposed to get there for a meeting? And I'm thinking, oh yeah, okay, that'll be fine. Then I thought about it and I said, wait a minute, that's a restaurant. I can't go to a restaurant.
right.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, because you can't pass the food through your mask,
No, so that, you can't. Because I was first thinking, we originally were gonna meet at the location of the business, and but then it became sort of like, okay, a coffee shop, or then it became a restaurant. It just sort of evolved,
Yeah.
And so it kind of snuck up on me. I didn't think about it. So I realized that, no way.
Not in your best interest. Not in either one of your best interests.
No. Well, this person's one of those that isn't really taking it that seriously.
Okay.
Which we all know.
It's like you will when you get sick.
And,
not wishing it upon anybody. Yeah. It's kind of funny because my apartment mate, she got a little, she was almost like a COVID contact tracing with me at some point or another. Because we have neighbors across the street that she hangs out with.
Oh, yeah.
And one of them, they just had someone move into the house who has a partner who has a compromised immune system.
Sure.
And so she came to me and she said, hey, I need to know everybody you're around.
Oh my God.
Because if you're around anyone who's had COVID, I can't go over and hang out with my friends. And I looked at her and I said, okay. I said, I don't know how you want me to navigate the trolley. Because before all this blew up again, people were on the trolley with their masks pulled down.
Of course.
And it was more than one or two groups. So I had to say to her, I said, you can't control everything.
No.
And I really don't think like over micromanaging is going to help.
No.
I said, I got that she had concerns and everything, but it was driving me nuts because I'm on a trolley having to travel.
Sure.
And I'm looking at these people with no masks thinking, oh no, I'm at extra high risk. What do I do? I still have about 20 more minutes to ride with transportation.
And what you can do about it.
Yeah, and the drivers, they're not getting up and saying to people, look, you have to get off because you don't have your mask on.
No.
The drivers don't want to enforce any of that, any of those rules.
Yeah, I was in that store yesterday when this nice, very nice person came to the counter to
Yeah.
order her food. She took down her mask so she could be heard better.
Oh.
And nobody said anything, but we're all thinking, now wait a minute, you're defeating the purpose and you've now put this person that's waiting on you at risk.
Yeah. And anybody else who walks up behind,
I know.
you and stands where you were.
I know. I said, great, thanks a lot.
But then it's also I realized this too about my apartment lead. She got a dog and she never washed it.
Oh.
And it's been months since
That's so
the dog
nice.
has been running around the apartment. So I kind of told her, I said, well, if you're really concerned,
Start by watching that dog.
yeah. Yeah, because I thought to myself, the dog doesn't have shoes that it takes off when it comes to the house.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I want to manage the things we're able to manage,
Yeah.
and not stress about the things that you
Yep.
can't. It's almost like the prayer of serenity,
Of course.
you know.
I know, because if you start fretting about every last thing, you're not even able to move.
I feel like that can actually make you sick. That can
Yeah.
make you prone to being sick.
Yeah.
Worry and stress, anxiety.
Yep.
She also does community outreach, and I'm like,
Oh, come on.
yeah, I know. I'm like, most of the folks you're doing community outreach with.
Yeah, so we're like you and your piddly things.
Yeah, so it's been kind of interesting to work around COVID and then work around what everybody thinks is the right thing to do.
Yeah, that's what it becomes. Like what's good for their group.
It reminds me of driving,
Yep.
like some people stop at the stop sign, some
Yep.
people just slow down a little bit, and they
Yeah.
consider that stopping.
There's nobody coming. Doesn't matter. So I'll bang on my board at some point today, saying I feel.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss being here for a month.
Oh, I know, it's a long time. I was talking to the guard downstairs about that.
Yeah.
She's really upset because she's gonna be lonely.
Yeah, she said people are just disappearing.
Yeah,
So I guess,
it happened fast.
yeah, it did.
Yeah, because there's no staff down there. You can come in the hall.
I'm wondering, what about that new space they set up with the art downstairs?
It's nothing. They closed it.
That's a
I
shame.
know.
I feel like they just hung those up.
They did. No. That's all their exhibitions. They were all set to open this week. And then they closed it.
I
Right
feel,
before they opened.
I feel like someone should at least come through and like do a live stream. of
Yeah, I
the
think they
work.
did that.
Okay.
And if they haven't, they're not doing it. Because that's true. I agree. Yep. Yeah, they're pretty disappointed. They worked really hard to get that open in time.
Yeah, I remember people were still setting it up after, or as we were
They've
getting
had
closer.
nothing but trouble with a lot of the pieces. There was a couple pieces that had to be built on site,
Oh,
and they've had a real challenge with it. And they finally figured it out.
Sounds like an interesting pre-quarantine project.
Yeah. And of course, the preparators won't be working.
Wow.
The subcontractors that they hire to do stuff won't be working.
Right.
That's the thing that only a few people are talking about is how many people are affected by this that are not visible.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's all the workers behind the scenes that make all this stuff come to life. And, many of them are just working from job to job.
Yeah, pretty much. Trying to survive.
Mm-hmm. Well, like you, right?
What'd you say?
Like you.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, I was kind of freaked out with the first quarantine because I was not sure if it was going to happen.
Yep.
And that was a lot of time to miss out on work, you know.
Yep.
But luckily, they did have put that into place with the independent contractors
Yep.
being able to get a form of unemployment.
Yep. Yep. That's true. That was a big difference.
So we'll see what happens this round. If I'm hoping that January things are back on track.
Yeah, I know. I think they're afraid to say that that's generally the plan.
Yeah. I think it really depends on what people do for the holidays. If
I
they
know.
just have self-control, you know, then it won't be so bad. But if everybody's like mingling for Thanksgiving and Christmas, that might not be a good look, you know.
Yeah, Fauci was saying this weekend that you know that they won't know what the impact of this holiday is for 2 weeks.
Oh, gee.
So that's going to be right on the top of Christmas. And then there'll be the group that will feel like if they didn't have any outbreaks, well, then I don't have to worry about Christmas because I made it through Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and Christmas shopping for a lot of people is a big thing.
Yeah.
I find some families go shopping right after they finish their Thanksgiving meal.
You know. And, Black Friday things. And gives you a nice sense of normalcy and purpose, which is good. Just hope this will become something in our rearview mirror shortly.
Yeah.
It really has gone on for quite a while. I think the only good thing they said about it was the fact that we don't have a big flu outbreak because everybody's, you know, keeping their masks, so enough are.
Yeah, that does make a difference.
So that's good.
But I would say let's wait until we get through January and February.
Think ahead. All right. All right, Vanessa, you are up on my screen, so I'm start with you. Sure. Life looks good today, doesn't it? Oh, nice, awesome. Yeah, I love the way the light's coming across from the front, and you're starting to bring it into the figure. That looks great. And you're really controlling your colors. So I think the only thing to really think about today is building up form, So you can really get the musculature, particularly around that shoulder. You have that little shadow of the scapula, but see how that deltoid separates, get that tricep a little thinner, just past the front of the bra. And then when you go down the figure, if you bring up that light, which is a little cooler on that top part around the pelvis, you go darker a little bit behind it. That white right now is enveloping the figure, particularly behind the figure, so you can knock that back a little bit. And there is a couple cast shadows being cast today from the figure, so you can put those in too. But yeah, it's looking great. It really is coming together. So that's the fun part. And the nice thing is that no matter what you do now with it, if you don't like it, you can wipe it because you've got a very dry paint now. So really nothing can go astray at this point. It's kind of, hey, you got your little helper there off in the distance. Your little helper there. All right, good. All right, good. All right, Megan. Nice, good, rich colors, really rich. Wow, awesome. You know, those colors are so strong that they're starting to then balance out all those really strong blues and reds in the back. So I think that's great. So your main figure is really coming together. So now it's edges. You know, like you have a beautiful edge on the top of that leg that's in. You can now get it on the bottom part and get that dark shadow that's in between behind that knee. Then if you jump around the pelvis on the other side, get a little more of that undergarment as it comes down around the back of the leg, and then indent where it goes behind that knee again. You know, up the back looks good, just get a little more transition in there. And then up the shoulder looks good too, maybe a little too much reflected light. And then the face, you know, let's separate the mask from the drapery. Maybe use the mask that Miles wearing today after working Southern Light. And then of course that outstretched arm with that energy coming through. If you really, you know, pull that hand there and really find that edge underneath the arm, that could really, you know, make something happen. It's really just coming together, man. There you go, nicely done. All right, we're gonna play some music next. All right, Rebecca, how's the porch today? Nice, Rebecca. Wow, that turned out great. So yeah, I love the way you transferred that. You really have a totality for it. And there's also this nice transparency building up from the watercolor. So I would just say let's get into some colors that are going to represent the shadow, like you started at the back of that arm. And then ones that were going to be light, not just the transparency, some yellows and oranges. And then let the figure kind of darken behind, you know, let that go and then up the back of the figure and let some of that dark drapery come through to hold it. But you know, don't be afraid of leaving some of that line. It's really quite nice. You know, and that can start to articulate fingers and toes and some, maybe if you make it a little less on the top of that leg, you know, that can start to meld into the drapery next to it. But yeah, nice brand. Very good. Nicely done. Good. All right, let's see. Hannah. Good morning, Hannah. Oh, yeah, Hannah, that's great. Wow, there's clarity. All of a sudden, just kind of hit me. Right in that midsection where you've been working on it. That's great. So here, a couple things. One is that arm is still too wide from the bra up. So I would take that whole part at the deltoid and bicep and just bring it down. Just nip it in. That way the part below, which is so nicely tuned, can stay as is. Extend that elbow a little bit so you get that outstretch of the arm. And then start to find that grasp of hand, because there's nice quality for that. That foot, you haven't really gotten back to it again, that needs to get bigger. And then that leg can also narrow down a little bit, so you can pull in the top part of that and make that work. But yeah, you've got a really nice flow to it. So I would just kind of bring up some of the shadows behind that light that's around that chair, and then pick up that light and then bring it into the figure so that it can start to travel. All right, good. All right, see ya. That's cute. They're good little hearts too. Nicely done. Is that that's not the cat that you have on your screen, is it? It is? Oh, wow. Nice. Oh, good form on that. Yeah, this is looking good. Color's great, form's nice. So I would say the same thing that I was just saying to Hannah. I would start to bring up some of that shadow that's getting the light hitting it on the drapery folds that's right by the arm, by the bent leg. And now it can attach some light, and then you can start bringing that light with purpose into the figure. Because it's a little blocky the way you have it. I know what's happening. You've got that cast shadow coming onto that leg. And so if that comes around, it makes the light jump. It kind of traverses from that leg over down to the lower leg. And then if you go over to the bent leg, the light can travel up and then go up to the pelvis. And then it'll get darker behind. So think about how it travels up, over, starting, building. And that way you can kind of, make this whole harmony to it. Right? Paint quality looks good, mark making looks good, so much more to control. It's really come together, Sam. It really is. All right. Let's see, who else is here? Who am I missing? Who's here? Maury, you there? You can feel that tensionness in their head.
Yeah.
The light's really good today. It's really, really nice. Because it's so soft in the room.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised because it was raining earlier.
I know. They did say it was going to clear up. Just to make you feel better. Let me see what that weather's. 60 degrees is the good news. Oh, rain.
Excellent.
Rain, but 60.
Rain?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not too bad.
But you know the way this rain's been, it's sort of like it was today.
Yeah.
I'm feeling that maybe it'll just push its way out.
Yeah, I heard the rest of the day is supposed to, the sun's supposed to come out.
Yeah, because Wednesday's 57, Thursday's 60, Friday's 61, Saturday's 56. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is. Uh-oh, that means people are definitely going to be out.
Yeah. But that's not too bad as far as things go. It's really not bad at all.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good now.
So when it gets closer, then you see when the hours are of the rain. But there hasn't been those really big rain systems.
No, but almost around we have Floridian rain.
Yeah, see, there's I'm looking on the map of the country now, and like the one we just got past through is a huge one. It's going from Canada all the way down to Georgia, but it's very thin.
Okay.
So that's why I went through really fast. And then there's some little ones skirting across the country, but nothing big.
Okay.
You know, there's not those big things brewing like down in the Gulf or anything.
Yeah. Thank goodness.
Wow, that one big one we went through last night, that thing was huge.
Yeah.
I mean, it's completely covering all of Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine.
Whoa.
Completely covered. And it's snowing like the dickens up in Quebec.
Ooh. Yeah, I don't want, I know it's the time of year for snow, but I don't really want
They
it.
said at one point it was gonna snow, but now they changed it. Yeah, they're thinking it was gonna be maybe Monday or Tuesday next week, and it's gonna be high 43, but not enough to make it snow.
Okay.
So that's pretty good. I
Yeah,
don't mind that at all.
perfect for outdoor social distancing.
Yeah, I think so. So that's helpful. That's helpful. And like you said, with these tents and everything, people have gotten pretty clever.
Yeah.
Scott's just busy trying to figure out how he can keep a model going. Up that lower, the leg that's towards the chair to straighten out more. Yeah, yeah. Crazy times. Well, hopefully today with our state and several others certifying election results, will slow down this craziness out of the White House.
Yeah, it's the craziness in the White House and the craziness outside of the White House.
Yeah.
I mean, I really think it comes down to how much he says that opens up a can of worms,
Right.
with his followers or people that believe in him. I feel like you're getting really.
Oh, I know what it is. You're following that dark. The draper got moved. This leg, the one that stretched back, goes forward.
Oh, okay.
So if you cinch everything forward more, there you go. That's it. I was thinking, why is that foot so far away? Too busy banging on my paper. I have Marcus here to set it up.
I'm hoping that Trader Joe's doesn't have a line outside, did it?
Oh, it will.
Yeah, you noticed that as well?
Yeah, because it's people are doing Thanksgiving, still getting stuff for that.
I just need their Alfredo sauce. That's all I need.
Yeah, people were shopping crazy this weekend.
I was shopping like crazy this morning.
Yeah, this weekend.
I can only imagine.
Yeah, they're just thinking out. They were just running out of stuff left and right.
Yeah, Thanksgiving is actually reminding me of Black Friday.
Yeah.
I mean, like pre-Thanksgiving.
Yep.
The way people are going out and grabbing everything.
Yeah, there's a little bit of this urgency now. They just don't feel like, oh, if I can come back next week and get it. Like they're all running out of paper products again.
Yeah, some of my friends just avoided that completely, and they got the days installed in their.
Oh, that's a good
Totally.
That's a good idea. That's thinking outside the box. Seriously, enough's enough. We had to go buy a dryer this weekend.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because the other one's out of condition.
Yeah, I tried. This really nice mechanic tried. You know, he really replaced so many parts and just still wouldn't do it. But you know, the thing, we got it 12 years ago.
Ooh.
I mean, how long is that thing supposed to last?
Oh my goodness.
So we were able to get a Black Friday deal,
Excellent.
even though it wasn't. So, and this dryer has steam. So if you want to put a shirt in there that's wrinkled, it just de-wrinkles it.
Oh, that's convenient.
Yeah, so they said 2 weeks old to install, and so we've already got 2 months, that's nothing.
That's cool. And then you'll get to see the new features, all the other little button features and,
Yeah, we improve it, we're getting the same brand as G's.
oh,
Yeah, if that lasted that long.
yeah, that does speak pretty well on the brand.
So, it's a live good.
Okay. Is it a pretty big dryer?
Yeah, it is. It's a front loader.
Okay.
Because they have those nice small ones now, but I don't know. It's probably better just get something a little larger than you need, just in case. That was correct, too.
That's really cool. That's great timing to be able to catch that Black Friday deal.
I know, it was really kind of lucky. Yeah, so they're calling these Black Friday deals, but I mean, really, it just means they're on sale for 2 weeks.
Right. Well, I noticed a lot of stores are extending the Black Friday sale all throughout the month.
Yeah. They said they're historically busy.
Hmm.
Hiring people, so that's good. Somebody's moving on.
I'm wondering how many people will go and shop in stores, brick and mortar stores.
I think hardly anybody.
Yeah.
And it might be dependent on where you live. You know, if you're starting, then you're more apt to have people brick and mortar at maybe downtown. But people get pretty used to online now.
Yeah.
Everybody but Scott is computer savvy. Even your grandmother works.
I know, I'm just thinking that. She has Facebook.
Yeah, seriously, man.
Well, I kind of understand where he's coming from, even though he couldn't stop the inevitable, you know.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, I get it. But you know, but here, you know, he's on this committee that I'm the chair of, the
Yeah.
faculty committee, and I send a notice to his email that just gets lost in space. Of course, he wasn't at the meeting. It was an important meeting too.
oh no. So he's not checking his emails, even though he
Or his
is.
wife's not.
Okay.
Yeah, according to Marcus, he's using email now, but I don't see any evidence of it. Because usually, you know, when somebody misses something like that, they'll tell you. They'll just send an email and say, "Oh shoot, I've got a conflict, or I can't do it. What do you need from me?" Because I had another one of my members who did that. Because we needed a vote. We had that. It was an important vote, and so this guy said, "I can't do it, but contact me tomorrow at this time." You know, and that's what email's all about.
Right. Is that the voting process where you can start the votes all over again if you don't get the desired result?
Yep. No, so she calmed down on it, but you know what I had to do with that?
What?
Is I had to rewrite the ballot
No.
and then highlight things in blue and red.
What?
Yeah, just so that they wouldn't be confused. We had to actually start all over again.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because there were too many people voting that weren't eligible to vote. And then there was all these questions like, could you vote if you didn't like the outcome, or if the person you voted for didn't want to serve? It's like, God. So yeah, I had to spend a couple hours just rewriting it and highlighting it. All because they were trying to catch me on it.
Right. How many people are allowed to vote?
It's quite a few. It's like 36. So, yeah, so I had to spend some time last Thursday doing that. And a lot of other people do, I have to say that. No one thinks of that when they feel that they're feeling that, that something wasn't done right. Of course, stakes are so low.
Yeah.
We're not talking about even anything to do with pay. That was pretty funny. I tried to talk more about it.
So you have to contact all these folks.
No, that was another person. So there's two other people involved in this.
Okay.
I had to rewrite it. They sent another person sent on a ballot, and another person was fielding questions. So 3 people had to be involved just for one stupid thing that had no bearing on anything other than the fact that they would have a representative on it, which they don't even really need.
Okay.
It's not like we're doing nefarious stuff that they need to be in on.
Yeah, it can be challenging to work with large groups of people
Yep.
sometimes.
Yep.
And for everybody to meet somewhere about on the same page.
Oh, that's sakes. Yeah. Yeah, that's really it's so funny.
Is there another Trader Joe's in the city?
Yeah, but it's down on 23rd, I think it is. It's pretty far away.
Okay.
It kind of takes care of the university district.
Oh, okay. The original one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's a good distance away. Yeah, who knows? Maybe there won't be as many people because they all came this weekend. And there's not as many people in offices today. These things are kind of shut down. Shut down Sally. I got somebody just emailed me that for class on Wednesday. That's how efficient she is. Isn't that nice?
Wednesday?
Yeah, she's telling me Wednesday she's got a conflict. Can't come to class.
Oh, okay, got you. Oh, that's right, you have another class during the week.
I've got two others.
Oh.
And then one of the senior faculty, a bunch of classes.
So you're still doing the classes coming up?
I've got Wednesday, I've got landscape, and I am doing that because we meet outside.
Okay, got you.
And Tuesday, I have a still life class, which meets online.
Oh, cool.
Only. So that's
That's pretty wonderful.
Yeah.
So your activity doesn't have to stop
no.
because of this.
No, we've worked right around it, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing about being an artist is you're supposed to be creative,
Right.
problem solver, so we should be exercising that ability. Maybe grandma can show Scott how to do it.
Ah! Yeah. She's looking forward to this kind of stuff, and I think that's what also makes it different.
I know, because it keeps her in contact with people.
Yeah, plus I think enough of her friends have like an iPhone
Yeah,
that she's almost like, she reminds me of a teenager
yeah,
who wants her own,
Yeah.
she wants to get familiarized with the technology because her friends are on it.
yeah, absolutely.
But I
Peer
feel like,
pressure. Peer
yeah,
pressure drives a lot of things.
I feel like he's anti-peer pressure. I feel like Scott is very anti-peer pressure. But yeah, my grandmom asked, how do you send that emoji? I want to learn how to do it.
Yeah, then next thing you know, it's 10 hours later. How do you send an emoji? Okey-dokey. Yeah, those days, everybody's doing this thing.
Yeah, I know, and that doesn't make any sense either. It's terrible. Come on, man. It's terrible.
We're doing this for like, come on, man.
Yeah, I know. And I think people are missing the point that out your nose and out your mouth is where the vapors come from.
Fundamental misunderstanding.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Fundamental misunderstanding.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen people wear their masks on their chins.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Check tone.
So I guess they always know where it is.
Like we need classes in anatomy. Just basic anatomy. One of my friends who works at the supermarket, he says that customers do that all the time.
Yeah.
They're, and I guess it's partially because people feel like it's harder to hear them.
Yeah, no, that's what it is. It's a big deal. See it ruffled.
Yeah, I feel like you can project, if masks aren't so thick that you can't project past them, or through them.
I know, it's ridiculous. This poor kid's got nodules on their no, that's a problem. Tonsils. So she has to see a tonsillectomy.
Oh.
Not a good time to do it.
No, it's not.
But you know what? Things happen.
Yeah. And you gotta get it done.
Yeah. Yeah, she says she's got a terrible sore throat.
I'm sure that has to be alarming too, because
Scary.
well, you tie most people tie any kind of sneeze or
Oh, I
throat
know.
or cough.
I see what you mean. Yeah, that's right.
It's COVID,
Oh, maybe COVID. I know we're all these COVID experts looking at all these nuances and everything. Except for Scott.
Do you know, so you know what happens to Reading Terminal now?
I don't.
Hmm.
I can imagine they're open because their biggest holiday is Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over there. I have to put my name in for a turkey too. So hopefully that'll work.
Yeah, I can't imagine just shutting that down.
Yeah, because that's not. I don't think they're gonna let anybody eat inside there. But
Hmm.
you'd still get takeaway. I think.
Oh, so you can order online.
Or I'm hoping to still do it in person, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Shortly.
Because I actually might come back down here tomorrow.
Well, I'll be able to tell you because I'm going there at lunch.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think if they close down, they're gonna have to close down for good because that's almost their entire season there.
And there's tons of businesses in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel terrible for
All
them.
paying rent.
Well, even if they shift it over to delivery or takeout.
No, they can't do that. Can't do it. Yeah, I think this last shutdown, kind of in the midst of, had more to do with dining and schools.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They really don't want people to eat dining.
Unless it's outdoors.
Yeah,
But even that is kind of close. To me, I feel like it's still close in proximity.
it just doesn't. That's why I rethought that. I just told the person, I just can't eat them. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, like my grandma went to the casino with a friend of hers, and her friend brought her boyfriend.
Yeah, see, there you go.
And it was like, they were saying, hey, we're getting ready to sit down and eat some food. Don't you want to come over here and eat with us?
Yeah.
And my grandma said, no, ate before I left. You know? Because once you pull your mask down, it's just like,
Yeah.
you're vulnerable.
Yeah. It's insanity. Part of the whole problem, as I said.
Well, her friend wanted to go out so bad.
Well, I know. Well, so does everybody. I don't think she wants to sit there in a hospital,
No.
especially over the holiday.
But then you're like sort of surrounded. I mean, I know they keep the hospitals clean, but still.
Yeah.
I think people are just like really
Spoiled?
impatient and spoiled. Yeah. They want it now.
Yeah. I can see it. Why can't I get it?
I kind of want to blame the technology for that too.
Sure, of course.
Like that
Everybody's
one day
posting
delivery.
everything. Posting every sentence. Except for Scott.
So do the supermarkets have senior hours again? Is that where we're at?
I don't know. I knew they used to, I don't know. They don't wait that long. Jeez. They're probably busy lines this, I didn't go to the Trader Joe this weekend. Actually, they had big lines this weekend. Market I go to wasn't that bad. It was busier than usual.
Okay. Yeah, I guess some people want to start on the Thanksgiving cooking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was considering getting food last week for Thanksgiving, but I was just gonna put in the, like leafy greens, put them in the freezer,
Sure.
but we kind of slept on that. We were more or less worried about the heat at our house
Yeah.
last week.
I'm glad you don't have a family porch.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if I told you, but when I wasn't feeling well, I self-quarantined because I didn't know what was going on.
Sure, sure.
And so I self-quarantined at a friend of mine's house, but when I felt better and got tested for COVID and it was negative, I went back to my house and there was a whole other person on the front porch.
Oh, no.
And I was looking at the shoe size and I realized, at first I thought it was purpose again. Because the person was like,
Yeah.
they were bent in half in the chair
Uh-huh.
and they had their face covered. It was a whole other person who had taken up that space. Bless you.
That tissue didn't work. Oh, man.
Yeah.
There's that guy. Worked that out, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure enough people walked by and said, aha, he's not there anymore. I could just,
Yeah.
this person thought they could just take the space. But then I had to tell my apartment mate too. I said, well, when you have extra food, I know it's a thing that's a nice thing to do
Yeah.
and a very humane thing to do. But when you are constantly bringing back extra food and rolling cigarettes for this person, they're going to think they don't have to go anywhere.
Very good deal.
Yeah, why would I go anywhere if I can get all my vices and food,
Sure.
from your front porch? So she had to do it. She had to figure out resources for this person and brought them to this person on the front porch. This person on the front porch looked at my apartment mate like, I don't have to go anywhere.
Right.
Um,
I'm already here.
yeah, and no one wants to like call the cops or anything like that.
No.
But we tried to contact Project Safe.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Project Safe. And another sort of shelter situation.
Yeah.
And she ended up not coming back after a while. But that was for weeks.
It's scary.
Yeah. That's why I was kind of looking at my apartment mate too, not to be petty or anything.
Yeah.
But I was like, no one was concerned about this person who was maskless
Yeah.
on the front porch where we come in and out of the house
Sure.
for weeks. So please don't micromanage me. Micromanage that situation.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, but jump in again.
Yeah, so that was an adventure when I finally got, healthy again and came back to the house. I was pleasantly surprised by yet another person on the porch in the same chair.
Sure. Very set up. Community chest.
Yeah, basically. And yeah, I was pretty hands off with it. I was determined not to have to be the one to have to do something about it this time
Yeah.
because it doesn't feel good. You
Yeah,
know,
makes you feel good.
it's that, and you realize that any of us could be in that situation where
Yeah.
you're houseless. You know, um, or you have mental health concerns and you're houseless.
Yep.
But
Yeah, that's too bad.
yeah, so, but the more recent adventure has been the radiators getting bled.
Yep. It's part of the winter season.
Yeah. And so our landlord came over and bled all the radiators yesterday.
Oh,
And she was talking about how perfect a job she did to bleeding all these radiators. And they should work perfectly, but my radiator in my bedroom is stone cold.
yeah. Well, that didn't work.
No, it didn't. I don't know how perfect that it
Well,
was.
sometimes if you state that it's perfect, then everybody believes you.
Yeah, I guess so. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I'm a genius.
Yeah, yeah, right.
I'm a radiator genius.
I've got a large brain. Is that what?
Yeah. Got a large aptitude for radiators.
My brain is huge. It's like, reminds me of the person who's still in the White House.
Oh, I know, I got it. Got a very large brain. Large. Well, I'll be moving on shortly.
Yeah. Hopefully, without a whole bunch of like drama.
Yeah.
Because I can see his supporters showing up with weapons.
Yeah, but you know what? They can't fight the military
Yeah, that's true.
or the DC sheriffs.
Ooh.
That mayor's pretty cool. She'll be on it.
I think some people would be willing to lose their lives for him,
Yeah.
which is,
To join the chairman, chief of staff of the military, chairman, he already stated that he's not going to support a coup.
okay, very good.
He said that he and the military, they take a oath to the Constitution, not to a political party or person. So,
Well, that's a relief.
yeah, so that's not a worry. Yeah, the only hiccup could be today they're able to delay certification of some of these states based on those wild claims that are unsubstantiated about voter fraud.
Can we just vote again?
Yeah, right. My vote, it didn't count. The person that I voted for lost, so I guess we're again, right? I'll just send them the memo too, highlight it in purple and green and red, color coded. I figured artists respond well to colors.
Yeah, definitely.
So. I didn't hear anything back. Just a matter of time now. I'm sure it will.
Yeah. I just can't wait until January. I'm really excited about the shifting of the guard.
Yeah. 10 o'clock.
Yeah, already.
10 o'clock. All right, 10 o'clock and all is well. All right, let's see, want to start us off again? Hey, so Vanessa, the weather looks pretty good on Wednesday. Yeah, it's like 50, the last time I looked, it's like 56, I think. That's pretty good. No, it's up to 57 now. That's pretty good. Yeah, so we should go down to that same spot. I think that would be great. It'll be a lot more. Okay, that light coming across is perfect. Excellent. Very, very good. So now it's traveling across that arm, going down the body, picked up those yellows, and then it's continued down the leg. So I think that's great. You did knock back that jerky behind the figure, but make it a little smoother, and then it'll drop behind the body better. And then the legs now need some attention, so you can zoom down there. But yeah, that's great. You still have one more class on this to review with the skill right here, so you don't have to try to finish it today. So good, excellent. All right, maybe. Nice, nice. Yep, now we have that light coming across that arm as well. Nice grasping at the chair. I would get a little bit more of the front seat of that chair articulated so you can really see that corner and then get that shelving that's right by the body. Right now it looks sort of like a big pillow. And then if you find that elbow a little better, I think that would help turn it, like really curve it around and get underneath that tricep. Shoulder looks good, face is nicely receding, black mask looks good, and then you're going down the body, that looks good. Yeah, now some of the darks in the recesses of those legs, just between the lower and the upper, and then you have a nice crease in there. And then you can bring up that light fabric around that and clean it up. But yeah, this is perfect. Yeah. Cool. All right, okay, let's see what's going on with that watercolor. Oh yeah, you got a lot done. Yeah, I like that shadow now coming down from the table, the chair. Yeah, it's super good. So try to think about what other colors can be in those shadows too. Greens could be in there, reds could be in there, purples. And if you change them around based on what fabric they're near, that could start to move your eye. But it also lessen that line. Good job, very nice. So I would also lessen that line now on the model's back. So that one that's coming up from that rib cage. And if you get that rib cage indenting a little bit, you can put that in. You have a slight little dark there. You can pull that in a little bit more and then come around to the pelvis. So make a nice jump. And then around the shoulder, if you get that shoulder blade and pull that back to it just a little bit, that'll come forward. And then when you feel like there's some of the fingers and toes and things, and that'll help, give us some crescendo on it. It looks good, nice. Do you have your little heater going? Good, nice. Good. Stay warm. Okay, that's good. All right, let's see, Hannah. This is Hannah. Oh, much better than the number. Ooh, I like that green too. Ooh, yeah, that turns nice. That comes through. So yeah, you're really digging into this. I like the front of the abdomen, coming down the pelvis, foot, hand. Yeah, so I would just give. I know you wanted to zero in right on that figure, and I'm glad you did because it really is clear now. But I would get that space that's on the chair, get that a little darker to set that in, and then come around and find that point where the figure's grasping to try to get that energy there, and then you can start to build from it. So if you pick some folds down from it and articulate those fingers are going to help bring it through.
But yeah, mine looks great. Good, nice. All right, Sia, you there? Is your cat there? Sorry, Sia, it just didn't click it. Okay, there we go. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, so you got a lot going around the figure now. That looks good. Still go a little, kind of fleshy colored in some of that drapery around there. So I'd go a little yellower on that one that's down lower, and maybe get into some greens. Just mix some blue and yellow together to go around the chair, and then you can go a little blue with the shadow. And if you find some darks right on that part of the elbow, right up here, that will help turn the form, then bring it to that hand. So let's try to find that, and then there's a good strong cast shadow coming from the figure onto the back drapery today. That'd be good. Because that red's kind of holding all the energy, so if you put some next to it, that would help bring that dark around it. All right, good, nice. Nicely done. It's so cute, big cat. What's the cat's name? Deserta. It's a really pretty cat. It's got those big eyes. Are the eyes green? Blue. Look at a put up with that. That's playing. You're getting in the way of the routine here. How old's the cat? Oh my gosh. This is weak and ready. All right, gotta go.
Lisa's okay with that Zoom meeting.
What'd you say, I'm sorry?
My client tomorrow, so that's good. I was worried she'd be offended.
I would think, I don't know, I don't like to assume, but I would think that people have been laughing at the news enough that, she would understand.
Yeah. Just never know how people are going to react to it.
Yeah. I mean, like, I keep thinking to myself, the last thing you'll want is a meeting where you're thinking, oh no, oh no, oh no, instead of focusing on
Well, that's right.
the business
Then
at
also,
hand.
how stupid would that be? Spend all this time being careful, quarantining, and
Right.
code from that. Plus, she has her kids at home.
Oh, okay.
They're in their 20s. They're not being careful.
Oh, they're like college age.
Yeah, so that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I can't imagine this being the first time, that you're living on campus as a first year college student and you can't socialize.
Yeah, I think it is the first time. Well, they're all socializing, that's the problem.
I think when people are that age, they feel like they're invincible.
Yeah. And your judgment is poor. Parts of your brain aren't developed yet. Meanwhile, good kids. Wouldn't trade them in for the world. Also, just have to be careful. We were that age too once, remember?
Oh, definitely. Like when you're that age, you think that the rules are for everybody else but you.
That's right. No consequences. For the most part, that's true. Yeah?
I think that's a part of the gift of being young, young and carefree.
Absolutely. Kind of chilly in here.
Yeah, I feel like it got colder.
Yeah, maybe they turned down the heat knowing that wasn't just too many people here. Oh, it got colder outside too. Forgot about that.
Okay. I can see that being a thing, because all that water is in the ground
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, it said it's gonna go into the 40s.
Okay. Well, she's gotta get this heat together. My landlord, when she came in to bleed the radiator,
Yeah.
she starts off with a statement that goes something like this. Well, I've always been a cold weather person.
There you
So when I lived here, I didn't really have to turn on the heat all that much.
go.
And I'm looking at the person like, that's nice for you. But you have all these radiators in here, and I would think it's an awful shame if none of them work.
So,
You know, whether you're a cold weather person or not.
well, it also makes a difference too if you're paying for all that heat.
Right.
Yeah, put on a sweater, right? But if it's part of
No,
it.
well, what I'm considering doing, if she can't get this together, I'm gonna pay for the hot water I use. But as far as heating my space, I've looked into buying an electric heater,
Yeah,
like a panel heater that can be mounted or it can be rolled around.
sure.
And it heats up to like 400 foot area.
Yeah, it does.
And I'm not gonna get charged so much for gas.
Nope.
I'll even time my showers, you know, and make sure I know how much it costs.
Yeah.
Um,
I think she'll get the radiator working. Usually just as a small little drain.
I hope she gets it. I think she owns this house. She owns this
Sounds
house.
like it. Yeah.
But it's a thing where she doesn't want to put money back into the maintenance of the house.
No. No.
I mean, it just would be unfortunate if one of the pipes busted, because that would be way more trouble.
I know.
You know?
Penny wise, pound foolish.
Yeah, there you go. Is that a Benjamin Franklinism?
Yep. You didn't hear it a lot.
She
Yeah,
has
because
a,
nobody would use it today because the penny is
oh,
almost nonsense.
it's nice to look at.
Yeah, they're pretty.
I noticed that when she came in, she also has a Tesla.
She has what?
A Tesla.
Oh, well, there you go.
You're like, that's where the money's going.
Well, it's not the best time to own a property.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm gathering that some people are gonna sit on their properties for waiting for another upswing.
Yeah,
After sale.
oh, true, but you still have to pay the taxes and upkeep and all kinds of stuff. West Philly really boomed though, man.
Yeah, yeah.
People made some money off of it.
Didn't take long.
Yeah. Some people get into the real estate game a little late. They pay too much for something, thinking it's going to go up. It doesn't always.
No, and then sometimes you have more repairs, more money to put into the house than you're gonna get back.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the unfortunate thing about the house is that, you know, how the houses out there are row homes, so they're like right up against one another.
Yeah.
And that means that when you have heating issues, it's not as
Sure.
noticeable because you have these other two houses that are insulating you in a way.
Yeah, sure, sure.
But she has no house on either side of the house.
Oh, well, there you go. It doesn't help.
And it's having, I noticed there's like structural damage in the foundation
Yeah.
where there's a crack. There's a crack big enough for creatures to get in.
Uh-oh. Creatures on the porch and creatures coming in.
I got told about a baby possum that was in the apartment last year
What happens to that, how many years is that?
with the raccoon.
Raccoon?
Oh, he still has the raccoon. She's getting big.
It's still okay?
Yeah, I mean, he's figuring out how they can live together a little bit better because he's gotten a cage
Yeah.
for her. So
She's
he
okay with the cage?
Is she okay with the cage? No, she rages out when he puts her in the cage. But the reason why he had to get one was because she wouldn't let him sleep.
Yeah,
Because she's a nocturnal creature.
sure.
So she wakes up at like noon, I mean not noon, midnight,
Yeah,
and rages until like 5 in the morning,
yeah,
6 in the morning. And if he's laying in the bed, because he lets her sleep in his room,
yeah,
she'll go and find his toes and bite them.
yeah.
So
That wasn't good.
he's been figuring out ways so that he doesn't want to like kick her out.
Partially cool.
She's cute. She doesn't look like I've seen some raccoons that look really rough. And she looks like a Disney raccoon.
Oh, that's nice. Well, this is well cared for inside.
Yeah, eating avocados. It's got nice shiny food.
Jeez.
Living the life. Got little outfits and clothes now that he's bought for her. I think he bought her a ugly Christmas sweater.
Oh,
But she promptly tried to rip off. Like she understands that if she reaches her hands behind her neck,
yeah.
that she can actually grab the garment and just rip it off of her head.
But she responds to him like he's part of her family.
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow.
Pretty much.
I'd be afraid if they just revert back to wild state.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is going to be a point at which I think when she starts going into heat,
Oh yeah.
when she gets to be that age, that's going to be the ultra destructive
Yeah.
age where you might have to put her in the cage more often
Yeah.
because she might be trying to keep you off the day.
Sure. Sure.
So he's kind of waiting and seeing. And yeah, she's sweet. And she's a pretty clean creature.
Wow.
He washes her on a regular basis and takes her out for walks.
Really?
Yeah, but he carries her in a baby carrier on his chest and goes out with her for night walks. It's cool. It keeps him busy,
Yeah, I guess so.
And it also gets him out of family gatherings, so I think he really digs that too.
Right.
Because like where you're gonna put the raccoon and other people are freaked out by it,
I know.
And he's not about his baby being put in the garage.
No garage for the raccoon.
You may never see her again if you put her in the garage.
I know. Chew right through it.
So this will be her first Thanksgiving.
Oh, gosh. Crazy story.
Yeah, I think he's excited because he's not going to his family's for Thanksgiving
Right.
this year. But it's not just because of quarantine.
No.
Like I said, it's also because of the raccoon.
Mm.
Every other year.
Double reason.
Yeah, yeah. I think he used to get stressed out about family gatherings around the holidays.
Oh, jeez.
Agreed with me, for sure.
People have big issues.
I feel like the light is getting brighter.
It is. Definitely the sun's out.
And then at like 3 o'clock, it'll be the polar opposite.
Oh, yeah, it's dark. Dark.
Yeah, I mean, it gets so dark now. It almost looks like it's 7 o'clock at
Yeah.
4.
Yeah, true, true. Okay, so we have two poses.
Okay. Okay, gotcha.
Two poses. I'll just call Scott and tell him that we're working still.
Right. Soon it'll be time for Reading Terminal, so,
Yeah.
which I'm very curious about.
Yeah. I think it's okay.
There's no way I'm getting into Trader Joe's.
To the trader. We haven't heard the clacking from the expansion. So
No.
it shows it's still pretty cold.
At first I thought you were gonna say the classes with the stapler gun.
Oh my God.
It always seems to happen in the second session.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what it is. They don't get here very early. Smash, smash. There's the wind.
Yeah. You did say it's gonna get colder too.
Yeah.
So I guess that's the price you're paying for the cloud, rain clouds going on.
See? very dramatic. There it is. Spoke too soon. A good friend extension. Leaves. got to bend your legs forward again. Go back a little bit more. because they flashed it down. It's like saved it all up. You can feel it, huh?
Yeah, I could do it like 15 minutes in.
Yeah. All right, so time to work then.
Okay.
All right, let's take a look. Last look. Vanessa, I saw your posting. That was funny. I know, and it's gonna be soon. It's gonna be soon. It will be. It will be. I mean, look at it. This thing was terrific, though. Really, honestly. So really, you have 10 minutes on this pose, and then next week. And so I think that gray behind it really helped a lot. It set the figure in there. You've got the color coming across. So next week you'll be just defining, and even now, if you just smooth out some of those areas of the arm, like that area behind the deltoid, underneath it got a little dark, and on the other side of the forearm got a little dark. And then finding a few of the fingers coming out, and then the extended foot, the one that bends back. I like the back of that knee, that looks good, yeah. And then if you just put those toes across and get that little bit of a curve in the foot, it'll come through. And I would probably put a little dark next to the legs, even though there's not much one of it showing, just to anchor the feet a little more. Drapery and stuff like that, but it really was fun. All right, hang in there. Okay. All right, Megan, let's see what we got. Yeah, good color today. Good color, really nice. Really strong. Angle it forward a little bit. Bang, perfect. Yeah, so you still need a little of that dark underneath that elbow.
It certainly is light as the light bounces around in that underside of the arm. But once it hits closer to that fabric on the chair, it'll come through. But there's a nice turn of that chair now. Good gray. I like both of the areas of it. And then just grasping those fingers, moving them a little bit. The face looks good. Brow looks good. Coming down. Yeah, just now coming around those legs, giving some attention to that. I know you're mostly in that midsection enough. So yeah, fine. Maybe a little light on the underside of that bra on the body. I know it gets quite light there, but just it ends up being just a little too strong, and then it can just jump up. So you either bring that light down into the ribcage a little bit more, or do the opposite. But really come together. Good. All right. Good. All right. Let's see. Where is it? Rebecca. Rebecca from the porch. It could be like a little short story. Rebecca from the porch. Yeah, you really got a lot of darks in there today. That looks good. I think it's really forming a lot. Yeah, and the fingers are in there. Good job on the legs. Nice. Hey, so you're drawing back in to get those darks? Yeah, nice. Yeah, that's what you want. Yeah, so you can use some of that drawing into some of the shadow next to it too, particularly underneath that arm. That help find it. And then just look for some of the internal musculature. Think about particularly up around that arm. You've got that emphasis around the condyle and that bit of the ulna as it comes in. And if you just pick up the light on that tricep, right in here, that would help bring it, and then upward more deltoid. And the fabric's looking good. With some of the minor folds in there too, some of the smaller bits and pieces. All right, good, nice, Rebecca. Good. Good. All right, Hannah. Oh yeah, yeah. So now we have that starting point, around that fabric, and then it can shoot down that arm. So once you locate all those lights on that, then you can start to recognize what needs to happen on that figure. So you can pump up a little bit of the light around that forearm, a little bit around that those two legs, lesser to a degree around that pelvis, and lesser degree around the shoulder. But that would set the note for it. And then think about how those darks are coming around the knee, up on the front of that chair, and then they cascade down into that cushion. That changed a bit today, so you can go back to the photo for that. That might be better for the still photo. And then some of those deeper folds in there as it starts to build. And then of course the head, getting some of that. A little bit of that hand grasping on the other side, pick out the finger. Yeah, good today. Yeah, was that good? Okay, nice. All right, see ya. Sorry, see you. Okay. Yep. The coat's better. Around it. So I think it knocked down that red a little bit, which helped to meld into the figure, and then you start to define within the figure more. So I would put more emphasis on the forearm, the hand, start to find some of those fingers it's going on an end like this. So if you get those planes of the fingers, and then some of the space between it. And then when you're getting the back of that knee, that can darken there a little bit, the front of the knee, the underside of that foot. So look for those accent points. You can start to move your eye around into it. All right? Body looks good though. Form looks nice. All right, good.
So we have a 10-minute pause. Let's see, down here. For evening pause. Evening pause. No, it's a 10 minute, exactly. Gotta be, oh my God, exact. So you planned it. Yeah, this one starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, digging in my armpit here. And then this arm doesn't have any bend to it, so it's
Sure.
just like hyperextended.
Sure. Well, it was worth it for pose. It was a good one. Inspired. They got inspired.
Ooh. So is this the end of assignments too? So
It's what?
is this the end of the assignments until after December?
No, they have 2 more classes.
Oh, okay.
So they'll be working from a still image, and then I'll do some reviews. I'll start reviews. Scott will start to contact everybody on the telephone.
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. A little bit easier than the computer.
Yeah, plus he's got the long-suffering Marcus helping him set that up.
Like Don Quixote,
Yeah, yeah, it
Sancho
really is.
Panza vibe.
Yeah, they're on a quest.
Everything's adventure.
Marcus is a nice guy. He really wants to help.
Yeah, I think I saw him the first day I worked with Scott, because he was filming.
Yeah, yeah. That's probably trying to figure out a way of sneaking him in here. Wonder what happened to those guys that are doing it from their homes, the models.
Oh,
I never heard any updates.
no, I was also wondering how many models they were doing it from.
Two apparently.
Okay.
It's not that many.
No, not at all. It's really cutting back.
There's an understatement, huh?
What'd you say? I'm sorry, what'd you say?
That's an understatement.
Yeah, 'cause I remember seeing faces before COVID hit. I remember
Yeah.
seeing a lot of models.
Oh, yeah.
Like a lot more older models.
Yep.
And then I noticed too, there's one model that works with plants.
Yeah, yeah, Roxanne.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was away for a while and then she came back.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, those poor plants need some attention.
Yeah. Somebody's been working on them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because they were looking really droopy. I was watering them. And then, so I don't know. I don't know if Roxanne's gotten in to do it or
Okay.
whether Al did. I don't know who did it. Maybe CJ. Somebody did it. Because they were, when I started watering them, they were just about dead.
Yeah.
seen better days.
His mother is huge. So it seems like he's looked at him for a long time.
Yeah, they're quite bold. All right. Get ready to turn over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, gang, that's it for today. So, I will be in touch with you all after Thanksgiving, but have a wonderful Thanksgiving. And, enjoy what you've got, and be thankful for what we've got, and we'll build on that. And, there's another vaccine that's been, approved, the one out of, Oxford, England. So that's got a good rate. So I think we're right on the precipice here of getting to the other side of this thing. So that's what we'll all think about for Thanksgiving. Fingers crossed. And I'll see you on Wednesday. But I'll let you know on Tuesday for sure. But so far it looks good. It's really good. All right. Bye, guys. Have a good Thanksgiving.
It's over?
Yeah. Really busy.
Oh, I bet. People probably don't go there for Thanksgiving. I'll probably go back tomorrow, but I'll do it early.
Yeah.
We're gonna go,
Yeah, I think we're the first.
Oh,
I don't think we want to go to let's just do that. Yeah.
I wonder what the picture's gonna be like. Yeah, hopefully it's less time than that where it's not even longer.
Yeah.
Because that's, wow. That's the word.
Hey, how are you? What was that? No, because we're ready to start class. But yeah, I'm gonna say, maybe around 7:30. All right, I'll stop at this window now. Yeah, because it looks good. There's definitely to talk about. You look kind of stuff. Yeah. We don't. 52, yeah, we'll start. Hey, man. Man, how are you? You okay? Because as you know, everybody's been trying to get hold of you. Scott, first of all, and then now Peter Medwick. So if you could get back to Peter, that'd be great, because he wants to just kind of figure out what you're doing for next semester, or if you want to take a leave, work that out with you, just something so that he can kind of get to the bottom. Well, he sent me a flurry of emails. That's probably what happened, is that they didn't get through. That makes sense, because I didn't think you'd be somebody that just didn't get back to him. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he doesn't respond to email. He was probably trying to call you. So you know what? Peter Medwick can figure it out with you. That's what it is. So Scott must have called you by the phone, because that's what he does. And yeah, that's what it was. That's okay though, no worry at all. So just get hold of Peter. As a matter of fact, send him an email and say that you're on it, and you'll get back to him with classes done. Like right now, but he'll help you with it. Yeah. Oh, I know, but this is now got to take the higher priority. So just let that other stuff go for now, and then go right to it. So just send him an email so he doesn't have to worry, and then he'll help you. Peter's really helpful. Have you worked with Peter before? Yeah, he's really responsive. So I just got off the email with him. So send him one right now, and then we'll know. And then you guys can be in touch then. And you don't have to have Scott in there. Peter will do something. All right. But hey, everybody said good things about you, man. Yeah, everybody did. Because he was asking, he was saying, hey, how's it been doing in school? And so everybody responded, and I had nice things to say. As well as me, of course. I do.
Yeah, it is, and that's why the advisor helps, but Peter can help me pretty quickly with that. It looks really confusing, but then once you start doing it, it's not so bad. And once you've done it once, it's just understanding those numbers that you have to put in there in sequence, and then be able to fit everything in so that you have enough credits. And then you also are starting to move. You're a transfer student too, right, Lynn? You're not? Oh man, I keep thinking you're older than you are. How old are you? I thought you were like 20. Oh, nice, nice. Good. See, I can usually judge it. That's good. So, Julia, what are we eating? Yeah, let me check this now. Our weather's going down in temperature a little bit, but it is currently soon to be your weather. It is currently 51. And it's going to be, guess what's going to be on Wednesday? Plus 58, then 61, 61. You don't get too many 70-degree weathers at this time of year. You do, but not that many. We're kind of in a little bit of a cold thing going here. But not like you. That is north. That is north out there. All right, so we're 104 already. Oh my goodness. Okay, come on board and say hello. And I will go to screen share. I've got some paintings by Henry Sawa Tanner to show you. Gina, you must be going crazy. Is everybody going nuts getting groceries and toilet paper and everything?
Yeah.
God. Oh, right, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's right. So they went crazy getting all this stuff. Oh my God. I don't think I've actually seen this many people out shopping and doing stuff since COVID hit. It's just so jammed all the time. I was just at the Reagan terminal and there's just lines of people everywhere. Which is good in a way, but it's also a little scary because we're kind of in an outbreak. I'm not sure people are really paying attention to that. Were they all wearing their masks? They're doing a lot of this stuff. Gee, I didn't wear my mask. What are you talking about? Come on. It's on. Right. Yeah, do not enter into that fray. It's not worth it. It's definitely not worth it. Okay, all right, good. Let me go to screen share and then we can get started with the model. So, let's see. Okay, so Henry Osawa Tanner, very interesting artist because he's a artist who studied at Pennsylvania Academy in the late 1800s. And is African American and was dealt with a great deal of prejudice, so much so there were stories of him being taunted by other students on Broad Street and different people that were inside the school and outside, but he was very close with Thomas Akins. Akins loved him so much he actually did a painting of him, which was actually quite an honor at that time for a student to be painted by the then director of the schools. And learned a lot from Akins. And if you want to look him up, he's quite an interesting artist. But this is like a early painting, but going towards his more mature style. And it's one that's often reproduced because of the characters in it the humbleness of them, the humbleness of the table, but also the fact that it's interesting for us because he's got some details in there that are quite fun, particularly this Windsor chair, which is really finely tuned Windsor chair, and the fact that the young boy is on just a bench. But there's a nice connection between them. He's also getting in some impressionistic color. So before this, everything was very neutral. And you might think of this as kind of neutral, but this is getting into some blues and some purples. And light, which is again our theme, is really starting to dictate a lot of how we see this painting. So when you're looking from the window, shadow against the wall, shadow against these objects, but then the light as it comes through. But notice how the light is pinpointed and is brighter at these points here and lesser as it goes around, particularly in between the forms, much more diffused as it goes down here, and then really cropped here. And this is another example of him being very influenced by photography. That's something that Akins would have shown him, and that was a very new technique then. It was like using a computer is today, and they're pretty excited about it. But there's very detailed hands, even though most of it's in shadow. Very detailed. Look at how crisp and clear that portrait is. Look at how the light's falling on here. But as far as composition goes, we've really got this kind of diagonal. And then we've got most of the action happening right in the center. The praying hands, the foods, the tabletop, and then everything around it is fairly subordinate. But things are kind of broken up. So it reminds you a lot of our scene that we're doing with us, but you don't have the cropping. But look at how this figure is much less contrasted. And this is much more. And then there's this beautiful subtlety in here with the drapes, the folds on the shirt. And then look at how it comes down underneath, picks up the vest, comes up here for the white collar, and come up here for the ear. So nothing is really kind of suggestive. There's really a nice sense of it. This is his masterpiece that's at the Philadelphia Museum. It's quite a large piece. It's called The Annunciation. And a lot is made up of this light of the Spirit coming to visit Mary. And this light apparently was very influenced by the electric light that was just being discovered on the incandescent bulb. And so they started to get this idea of this very bright subject light, and then lesser from it. But I want to point out again how this to this become like the contrast elements here. But notice how the figure is quite gestural. Head is turned to the side, hands are clasped, they're off to one side. Strong shadow, which makes it very dramatic. Strong visual lights of red, lesser light here, greater light there, diffuses goes around. But as far as the movement of the painting, is you have these diagonals, arches, diagonal again, diagonal, a little bit more upright, and then upright. So balance, diagonals, arch, sort of like they sit in there. And then this ridiculously detailed drapery. So it just goes on and on. Now this is a great one for composition because of the use of the light. So of course this is getting into biblical scenes, and this is quite late in his career. He ended up working on this painting for about 10 years. It's on paper, and then he mounted it on canvas. So, but look at the way that light coming in from the skylight has so much to do with how the space is. And I love the way that figure is lessened because of it. And it's just the lower part of it in this pious kind of crossed arms, to get this spiritual awakening. And then this line that seems to be reacting to it, and then these others as they go around. Beautiful silhouettes here with a raised tail, this one on the side, and then the very suggestive ones in the back. But this with that dramatic light moving you around, so it becomes like this again, diagonal, vertical, horizontal, going back in perspective. So we know this is quite a big den. It's not like a little cave or a hovel. This is quite a dramatic space. And this figure to that figure is really the whole painting. And this gets into some of the color again, but it's still pretty much in a neutrality. So let's see if we can pump that up a little bit today and make that a bigger focus of what you're doing with your paintings. You know, really think about that light as it's coming in from the side, hitting that chair, building on the background as it goes in. And if you want to, you can actually darken down that whole space. I think sometimes we forget to squint when we're looking at the whole the scene. And when you do, you really do see that more dramatized environment that you've got there. I also wanted to underscore the idea that, as I pointed out, that here's a painter working in the late 1800s, and he was using photographs as reference material a lot. And it's a lot like what you're doing now with your screens and trying to go through. And the nice thing about the screens is, and even having the still images that will continue to work from, is the fact that you can really zero in on a moment of that and get some accuracy in there after the gesture and everything is already in there. So it's not unlike what your master artists like Akins and Tanner were doing as they're building that. All right, so let's go into the scene and we'll do our 3 different poses, and then I'll respond at the first 20-minute break. Okay? Hey, Victoria. You missed the artist, but I'll send you the link to it so you can see it. It was Henry Solitano. It's one of my favorite painters. Worked with Thomas Akins. So we'll look that up as we go. All right, so we're just about ready to get started. So go ahead and get your painting now. Oh, you're in your light space now. Nice. Oh, that looks great. Look at that. Wow, so you got this great studio within your house. That is really nice. Like it. You're on this light now. So I was just telling people, Victoria, do this as well. Do some squinting when you're looking at the image so that you can see the hierarchy of the light and see that that whole background diffuses and goes back in space through darks. And then you can really start to pull that light across from the side by the chair into the main scene. Okay? All right, good. All right. All right, so let's get started on that seated one.
Okay.
Good. Poor thing, coughing away, huh?
Yeah.
Something got caught in?
No, my nose started to hurt.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, yeah. Did you get into your locker?
I didn't need to.
Oh, okay.
I took my stuff home last week because I wasn't sure.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
If we were going to
Yeah, I
be
forgot
here or
about
not.
that. Yeah, because last time we were here, we thought that would be the case. Okay, good. Okay, that looks good. Let me see the pose now. Woo, got right into it. Nice.
A little bit.
Yep. Very nice. Okay.
Let me turn this down just a smidge.
Don't need that much heat, huh? So, somebody's telling me that this guy was trying to get hold of him with a phone call, but didn't pick it up because they didn't recognize the call.
Oh.
It's the one downside of the phone call again.
Yeah. Oh, man.
People don't know they're calling.
Yeah, because they don't want you to be a robocaller,
And
calling their phone.
I must say I do the same thing.
Yeah, that's the reason why I don't pick up a lot of calls on my cell phone if I don't recognize it.
Yeah.
It's because of the scammers.
Yeah, if I'm gonna call somebody that I want them to pick up and they don't know
I'll be calling, I leave a text,
Yeah, that's a great idea.
say, hey, I'm calling. Yeah, it's kind of like an extra step. You have to make an appointment to make a phone call. So your portrait's to the side now. There you go.
I went to Trader Joe's on my break.
That didn't look too busy.
No, I was surprised.
Yeah, that was good. I noticed that when I walked by. That was good. Yeah, they were all over the Reading terminal. Whew.
Yeah, that must have been where the crowd went. So was it packed?
It was packed in certain places. Mostly the things that had to do with Thanksgiving. They really have cleaned it up.
I'm sure they're kind of happy about that, you know,
Yeah,
seeing how.
it must be. It must be. Yeah, I know it's a lot of pressure for these businesses to make all their money in these
Yeah.
short periods of time.
Well, I mean, this is that time of year too, so
Yeah,
if they miss out on that time of year, this time of year and Christmas, I don't
Yep.
know if they're gonna, if a small business would still be in business.
yeah.
I noticed the Christmas Village is up and jumping.
I saw that was going, yeah.
Yeah.
So they're trying to have some normalcy. They're trying. They're trying.
I think the sad thing about today is I saw a lot of people that were houseless
Yeah, I know.
all over the place.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's kind of strange, it's a strange juxtaposition to have like Christmas Village
Yeah, I know.
and then to have like houseless people
I know.
need
I know.
shelter. So, I don't know.
It's true. It is true.
Like I can't believe how many folks are like now sleeping in the trolley, the underground trolley stations.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah. Every stop seems to have 2 or 3 people there.
Oh, no.
So I started thinking to myself as I was walking back from lunch, if other people want to complain about wearing masks, that's small potatoes in comparison with people that don't have a house, you know?
No. It's really, no reason to complain.
Or people complaining because they have to wait. You know what I mean? Like my friend, he works in a supermarket and he went to pick up groceries after he got off of work.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's like around 4:30 or 5.
Busy time.
Yeah, and he was complaining. He was just like, I gotta stand for another 20 minutes and wait in this line. And I'm trying to tell him, well, be thankful that you can like wait in the line and purchase food. And be thankful that you can go home, you know?
Yep.
It's the little things that like, or it's not even little things, but it's the things that we give thanks for that we need to sometimes focus in on, you know.
Yeah. That is part of the idea of the holiday. Appreciate the little things. It's hard for people that are always lost in their own party.
Excuse me. This air gets so dry after a while, the electric heaters.
Yep. No, the humidifier.
Should have brought mine from home.
All kinds of good stuff. Coffee station.
A coffee station. There is one down the hall though, sort of.
Yeah. Phone bank to get hold of Scott. Yeah, it's a little colder out, it wasn't too bad.
No, it was, windy
Yeah.
more than anything. And it was a lot of people out there.
Yeah. I know, it's just when I tell people they're supposed to shelter. You missed this staple gun.
Oh, I heard it when I was eating my lunch.
Yeah, that was
To the door.
That was dumb. Crazy.
I'll miss the percussion show
I know, really,
in the afternoons.
quite dramatic. There's a lot of work going on in there, I guess.
For as much as they've been stapling over there, it sounds like work is all over the walls. Like, I
I
mean,
think so.
every square inch must be covered in artwork.
Yeah.
I just got a message that tomorrow they're gonna turn our water off. No, we're all paid up, just for the street, the entire street, because they're doing, I guess they're redoing the pipes.
Huh. There's so much work in
Yeah. Yeah, it's,
there. So what they want you to do, fill up your bathtub and stuff?
no, We probably have a couple of like a gallons, a couple of those gallon containers.
Yeah.
And what we can do is just fill a couple of those with some water for tomorrow. Fill the bathtub.
Yeah, some people do.
Really?
Yeah. They have
Just so you
jug.
have water all day?
Sure.
Hmm.
I mean, not to drink, but
Right, just in case you gotta use it for washing dishes.
Sure.
Washing
just
yourself.
think about it. You don't have anything else that big.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you're laughing.
Because it sounded like,
Like you had in case you had to take a bath.
yeah, it sounded like a lot of water. Just,
Yeah, but think about how many gallons of water you go through during the day.
yeah, that's true. That's very true.
One shower alone.
Mhm. It's just gonna be from 9 to 2, so hopefully they keep true to the times. It won't be that torturous.
No.
Not even water.
Well, they don't do it on Thanksgiving Day.
Ooh, could you imagine? That'd
Yeah.
be terrible.
Yeah. Things
If one-
happen.
If on Thanksgiving they decided they were gonna chop the pipes out.
Yeah. Or a pipe burst or something.
Oh, yeah, that's right. This is the time of year for that as well. Hmm. What is it?
It can happen.
Knock on wood. The particle board.
All right, man, it looks like you're up if you are ready. Man, are you ready? Yeah. Oh, wow, that was different. So you went into, yeah, because we figured that last one was done, right? Yeah, so I think that's interesting. You know, you're exaggerating a bit, and it's going into an expressive mode. What did the, you did it with a pencil, but then what are you doing now? Is it a ink? No, I see. Yeah, good. Yeah, so use some line then, give some shade, and watch some of your, you know, if you're going to exaggerate the limbs and such, make sure it's consistent around it. And I'd be a little careful over animating the face. Maybe you want to have it be a little more observed. You know, don't shortcut it too much. And same thing with the toes, you know, let them go into some linkage. All right, and then you can build around it. So you're a sketch. So we can see the length and all that stuff. So that we can come and see how you fit the other ones in. But you don't have to have them all in order either. You can mix them up a little bit. You know, like put them into different points. All right, Julia, so you're next. So you're priming, you're doing a different one. Hey, have you ever worked into wet priming? You want to try that. You start with charcoal. You could, yeah, because it'll kind of embed in there, and then you can work back on that. Be kind of fun. Oh my God, you could do mixed media. You can use your popsicle stick. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I think you're gonna do it. All right, Gina. So Gina, I think really we could just say this is done, which is good. You know, you could just say it at that point. But if you were to work on it longer, then where is the energy best spent? Where do you think? Yep. Still a little kind of like orbital. It's kind of interesting, but it doesn't really reference the light that we've got in there, like the light dominating from that side towards the chair. What else would you want? Little ambiguous, yeah. And then you also have an issue where the red and that gray are exactly the same size. So that'd be good if that was changed. So since you have the red in, it's working pretty well. Maybe move the red over a little bit and make that gray smaller. What about the hands and feet? Yeah, that'd be nice to put that in. You don't, are they all beat up? Well, that could definitely preclude you from doing that. We'll see if we can find one for next week to do that, because that would be a good thing from the still image to work from. But yeah, let's tone down that blue a little bit. Let's bring up that light, tone down the figure in the back, and really start to get an atmospheric effect to the whole thing. So the piece will start to read not as a sum of parts, but all together. You want to have a big do this. Like it's building, like you get a big number play, just pushing together. All right? All right, good. All right, Tara, how are you doing? Yeah, you made some real headway last week. I liked what was going on with your colors that you were starting to add into the piece. And you also started to register the entirety of it. Now, you've got an interesting choice of the way you cropped it, because most of them have that bright light that's hitting that side of the chair, but you don't have that in there. So now your lightest area is kind of underneath that figure in the front. So I think that's good. It gives this central focus. So you're pretty good with that. I would add some more folds, certainly get those feet going in there. I think the faces are fine. You can get a little bit more dark around the orbital, not just the eye itself. And then of course underneath that lamp. And then, so maybe today, feet, hands, and folds. Start to think about, the dramatic shape of them. Normally with folds we have so much difficulty because they change so much, but these are going to be pretty static because I'm not moving them. So it's a little bit helpful that way. So I think that's a good game plan today. All right, good, excellent. All right, Samantha, what do you think? Samantha, how's it going? I'm smiling under my mask. Oh yeah, let me see. Yeah, because the camera is a little sketchy. Literally. Hasn't come through. Oh, there it is. No, it's so different. Wow. You know what's really interesting with that unfinished area in the back, mirroring the cloth, it does move your eye around it, doesn't it? Yeah. You know what that tells me? That you don't want to cover that over completely. That would be a nice color to just, if you bring a brush stroke over and you leave little gaps in it, like it's a little drier, not so wet, it'll leave some of that coming through it, and I think it'll give it this golden kind of light coming in, which would be a help. I think the figures are good. I would just say that you've got to clarify those legs in this next pose, which the model will be taking. That lower leg, get that hand so vital, that one that's bending down. Just make sure those fingers extend long enough. And then this one's got a very pronounced forehead, so you can really get that forehead in, and those really beautiful eyes that the model has. And then also on the shoulder, you're going up like this a little bit, and at the top you have to start to, it's that top part, but it's also the shoulder itself. And that's got to taper a little bit. You're having a wedge out this way. It's going to taper up a little bit, and then hit that top area. You've got the clavicle kind of going over to the top. So like right here, it's going up, and you need to figure out the trapezius is coming down like that. Clavicle is going a little lower, so you drop that down. Yeah, so I think filling in that gray space behind the legs and getting that hands and some of that head, that's pretty busy for that one. Gotcha. All right, good. But you know what? The good news is you don't want to take and throw this one. No, you don't. It looks good. Come on. It looks good. You are. I think, you know, the thing is, whenever you're working on something, it's so hard to make a proper judgment on it. You know, because in a sense, it's judgment free up until, because you can always say, well, I gotta do this to it. I don't know. What is it? And you know, just keep the faith. Keep the faith for a little longer. But it is always good too to desire something more. You just don't want to do it to the point where you're not working. You know, which you work hard, I'm not working with that, but I mean, I don't want you to get too discouraged because sometimes awareness is, you know, that's a whole parable of the forbidden fruit. That once you become aware, you know, it's actually not that much fun. It's more fun to be kind of go slow running around the Garden of Eden and eating apples as you may, and everything's going great. But once you're aware that the people and you're standing there, you're going to clothes on, it's like, oh crap, you know, it's not so good. So it is funny how all these things that can come back around you. See, it makes it reinforcing because lots of big ones have had that issue. They made stories about it for several thousand years. Several thousand years. Right? Not, we keep thinking in terms of like a couple hundred. What? Yeah, what happened in 1800? Yeah, this is interesting. It seems long ago, but it's not like 200, year 200. Right? It's hard to believe it was even that. When you think about what was happening in the 11th century. It was this huge difference. You know what they started building in the 11th century? They actually didn't work on that. It was the Cathedral in Paris, the Notre Dame. I was 11 something started, and yeah, it's kind of amazing. So people were living in kind of huts around there, and you go to this cathedral. I mean, it took them hundreds of years to build it. It's crazy. We forget terms like if something isn't done in 1 year, forget it, it's no good. Yeah. So, you know, let it grow, let your art grow a little bit, let it be part of the process. You know, think of how much you're aware of, you don't feel like every month you're aware of more things? Yeah. So, you know, just keep thinking about that compounded by years, and then all of a sudden, wow, look what can happen. And then not too much of that little brush. So with that brush, no, that's gonna go off to the side. You gotta go for like a number 4. Number 4 is a good number. 4 is great. Yes, sir. Oh, it is? I must have slipped. Sorry. The camera slid a little bit. Oh, you know what it was? I moved it down because of the other pose.
Okay, because I was sitting down here.
How's that? Is that okay? Yeah. I had it down from the last pose. Thanks for pointing that out. Oh, what a snafu, huh? Jeez. Okay, let's see. What do we do? Hannah. All right, let's see. Very nice. Yeah, I think it really looks great. But I'm trying to think, like, where are you working right now? Like on that figure that was sitting, where did you work on? Did you work on the middle part? Yeah. Yeah, so the other thing too is, did you put any retouch varnish on this or anything? Yeah, I'll put some on after next one because I'm afraid some of the areas, particularly in the darks, might end up looking too light and I want to go back in and paint them again, and they'll actually be fine. They just gray when they dry. So yeah, I'd be a little hesitant to do that. And then, so on the one sitting that you've got now, I think it looks good. You just have that leg that's underneath the hand that's bent over it, the one that's a little wide. So get that a little narrower. And then I think you've got some ochres on the one leg that could transfer over, like the one's a little grayer than the other. And then for that arm that's going right up against the belly of the figure, it's a little less defined. I think that could start to get that taper going down towards the wrist. Then you have some leg coming up. Yeah, up. Like in that middle part. Yeah, so on that upper part. And then you've got that nice clarifying dark underneath the other one, and that can go into the dark next to it on the chair. And then it can come up around the shoulder. Then you get that bra strap. So I think each one of those things can start to link and move your eye through there. Because you're not going to be at that continual blocking stage, and then you can start to dig into it and make it read a little bit specifically. All right, good. All right, so let's do Victoria.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm just working on.
We gotta go into, Peter's been bothering me about your schedule, because you didn't have one of those forms, did you? We only filled out my tracking sheet.
I don't know if how it works also. I'm trying to switch these around.
You still need to switch it?
First, like, I don't know. Like, see if I can put a layer. So,
We'll talk to Peter and see what you guys can work on, and if you need to, you talk to me again tomorrow, get hold of me, we can set up another time to try to figure it out. Yeah, because we were doing it based on what would be keeping you on schedule, but yeah, you could drop one of the courses and have it a little later. Mm-hmm.
yeah, I just like really love this semester.
Yeah. You could still, because we have you at 18 credits, we could knock you down to 15, and that would be 3 less credits. So technically, that'd be 2 1.5s or 1 3. So that would be a lot less. And so, what are your credit numbers? What are you at? Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah, because 15 is the minimum. You must be just below that. Yeah. Well, then go ahead and talk to them, and then you can always circle back to me. Victoria, it'll be fine. Because I don't think that's a big hurry, right? I mean, it's not a big hurry. For sure. See if Peter can do. Peter's awfully helpful. He's such a good guy, and let's see if he can figure that out. And if not, and he might need those numbers of the courses too, because I don't think we ever wrote those down, did we? I think we just put it. So we're gonna have to figure that out tomorrow. So tell them that if we need to, we can give a crack at it tomorrow. So after this class, just do, yeah, sounds good. Of course. I know. Well, this thing is cooking. This thing is really cooking, don't you think? I just really like it. So here's the thing, and this is important. You don't want to do too much on it. Just because you have time to work on it. Sometimes you say, hey, this is really working. Why should I keep working on it? Because I think what really saved you was putting that whole side, and now you're just dealing with the momentum within those figures. So really, background looks good. The drapery, you can put some more folds in, but that can be minimal. I think that figure that's sitting on the yellow cross is essentially done except for the face. You can do that, right? And the one you're doing now, same thing, get that face in there, and then you need to build up that arm that's bending like this, coming down towards us. You know, this one. No, the one that she's posted in now. And so that would help getting that. And then you also want to get a little shadow behind it. But just little stuff. You don't want to just make big areas of paint decisions. You're going to do smaller areas. And your biggest trick is going to be how do you get that color kind of close to what you have. And just remember, you can always play the neutral color. So start off a little brighter. You start off with a skin color with, red, yellow, blue. And then you can always just use more blue in there to complement, or you can put some green in, or you can use some purple, and that can start to move around. And the light, and you can of course use white, but then you got the oranges, you got the yellows, you got the pink colors. But yeah, I'm happy with this one. This is good. This is good. And look, you were ready to go. I don't want to work on this anymore. I can't stand it, right? So this shows you that how things can turn around. Can turn around, that's it. All right, so I'll let Peter know you're going to contact them after. All right, is Abby here? Who's on? Is Abby here? Yeah, I see her. Okay, good. She's here. Yeah.
Doesn't feel like anybody's around until you walk outside, then you see everybody.
What'd you say?
It doesn't feel like anybody's around, then you walk outside and you see everybody.
I know.
It's like, I feel like there's way more people than there should be on the street.
Yeah. Getting cold now.
Yes, it is.
Coming from behind. Who is that same person coming from behind? Yeah, last saw them at Trader Joe's. Picking up random phone calls from Scott. Yeah, never really warmed up in there.
No, it actually seemed like the temperature dropped.
I think so. Yeah. Too quiet.
Is that? It's like high pitched.
Kind of miss that clanging.
Yes, the high-pitched weird sounds.
Yeah, like someone's trying their best to connect to the internet or landline.
Yeah, right. And then dial-up.
Or it's an Amazon truck backing up.
Amazon.
Yeah, they're scary. That company is pretty
Yep.
influential. It's almost like a facet of our lives now.
Yeah. Hey, you were just at Amazon.
What'd you say?
You were just there.
At Amazon?
Yeah.
At Trader Joe's?
Yeah.
Really?
No, they own
What?
they own Fresh Foods. Or Fresh Woods, I think called.
Oh,
Yeah, they bought something
whoa! Didn't they buy Whole Foods also?
Whole Foods. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, they bought Whole Foods. But no, they haven't bought Trader Joe's yet. But I bet you they're trying.
Oh my goodness, no.
Hey, what do you do if you've got $54 billion? You just keep buying stuff.
Yeah, or you could, drop some of it off into like, I don't know, educational, aid for students, or I don't know,
Yeah.
something else. But it reminds me of a huge like T-Rex just swallowing up every other dinosaur.
Yeah. It's weird.
I mean, like when does it stop so you don't become you don't inch closer towards becoming a monopoly?
That ship already sailed.
Oh. Ugh.
And this pandemic has been nothing but good news for them.
Yeah.
People needed shipping and receiving more than anything.
And they make everything so easy.
Yeah,
I
I
think
know.
that's one of the major things about this.
Yeah. It's true. You know, all you have to do is click once and it's just going to get through. That's so free.
Yeah. There's a next day delivery.
I mostly just buy books through Amazon.
I'm sorry, you said you have books on Amazon?
I mostly buy books.
Oh, okay. You mean ones for the tablet or ones that are actually in your hand, like real
They're printed.
material books?
I buy them from booksellers
Oh,
because they list on there, so they just have to search. So that's helps them out.
that's cool. That's good to know that folks are still buying printed books.
Yeah, because for art books, you
Oh,
kind of need them printed. You don't have to worry too much about storage because you have a whole studio, several lockers, random tables. Not as much as Jeff Bezos has, though.
I just think it's strange that customer service went from serving each individual customer
Yeah.
or helping each individual customer, and then customer service is now algorithms and
Yeah,
numbers and
it's true.
very little consideration of the fact that, these are people
Yeah.
making these purchases.
You're just a consumer.
I mean, we're getting really close to something green.
Yeah.
And Amazon will be selling whole canisters of it. Next day delivery guarantee.
As long as he doesn't run for president.
Who, Jeff Bezos?
Yeah.
Oh, no, really?
No, I said as long as he doesn't. That's, that'd be the next thing.
Please don't speak it into existence. Whatever you do. Wow.
Yeah, we don't need that.
So, I mean, that would be like the owner of Papa John. I wouldn't want to ever see the owner of Papa John's running for president,
No.
you know?
No, don't need those insults, right? All right, the whole cycle. How about that?
Well, what's cool?
It's the cycle. Okay, let's take a look at it. Mr. Man's phone. You must have the whole thing done by now. Wow, Jesus, good Lord. Sweet. Wow, that's a lot. Yeah, I think that was good. This is sort of like your animation work, huh? You don't? Oh, sure. Yeah, because this sort of has a filter. So what are you going to do? Are you going to keep it in black, or are you going to put in some pink color or fill in some areas? Okay, we kind of wash over it and then build back in. Yeah, I think it looks good. They connect nicely. I think that the only thing that's bugging me a little bit is that the way the faces are so animated and dark. So if you were to put them somewhere else, like maybe behind the figure, you could go a little animated and dark, or underneath a couple of hands, or something like that. But I think once those color washes them, I'll think different. Yeah, so see what happens with that. That sounds good. All right, Julie, did you work into that? Joseph? Uh-oh, scarf came out. Julie, I just want you to know that it's starting to get cold here too. It's feeling cold in this room. My hand has a slight chill to it, my hand. Wow, you got a lot of that. You did that today?
Yeah.
Wow, jeez. Huh. I like that. I like that white too in there. What's that from?
That's
Oh, that's good. I like it because then it becomes a active surface you have to react to. So that's truly a modern thing that you have to kind of dig back into it. I think that's good for you. I like it.
And I like about that part.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
That that's the background.
Yep.
Like charcoal being put down.
Yeah, I like that too, but I also like that abstraction from those two legs on the sitting figure. Yeah, I like that. Huh. I think that was pretty cool. Yeah, keep this thing kind of fresh.
It's fun.
Yeah, keep it fresh. See what happens. You know, and then you just react to it a little bit. And if you have to, you can always, okay, now wait, you ready for this? You can suggest a back on.
Like, but it's oil.
Yeah, I know. It'll reverse and it'll kind of break apart. It'll be kind of fun. You know what Willem de Kooning? Yeah, de Kooning used to put water in this paint so that it would blister and pop.
Okay, I'll try it.
You can. You can also draw back into it too. Use some charcoal and then cut into the paint again.
Like, just put it on a big thing, just a thin.
I would do medium. I wouldn't do really heavy and I wouldn't do really thin. Because you wouldn't want too much water because it'll just kind of beat up and go on. Yeah, it'd be kind of fun. And then you have to put a warning on it and say, this might self-destruct. But I kind of like the idea, you know, what do you actually really, what is this surface? What is it doing? You know, a couple of my favorite artists is that Albert Picken Ryder and Raphael Playcloth. They put all kinds of crazy concoctions in the mediums to get them to break up and deteriorate. Because they thought it should be like natural things, like if it was a log you found in the woods, it would just eventually just start to rot and move away. When the paintings do like that too. And be a little more feminine. See what happens. All right, Gina. You done? You know what though? Each stage we look at it could be done. But it also could go a little further, so that's never a bad thing. Why is there a piece of string tacked to this?
Oh, so, I couldn't really work on, and I promised like a homework.
Oh yeah. Oh look at that. Oh, so they have that string there. Just snap to it. That is so funny. I love it. So to just hang it, you can just hang it on a doorknob or something. Oh, that's so funny. I love it. Walmart. This place is crazy. And they sell groceries. You know, the thing is they won't close it either because they sell groceries. So that's going to stay open no matter what. It's kind of unfair. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, that's good. I like what you do that on. That makes sense. I like the light on it. And the one at the sitting thing. It's moving up in the body while you're shadowing it. Yeah, this is what I'll do. I think each one of those areas is good now because you have a nice suggestive quality to it. But you could take it further by saying, okay, I'm making an arm and I put that light on it. Where does that light end? It ends just beyond the joint. Because that muscle from below goes above. And then you have the bicep tucking out underneath it. And then you have the abdomen cutting there. So you can take each one of those areas and cultivate that. Up on the chest, you can bring the clavicle across. You do that in the one that she's going to be posting next. You know, you bring up that clavicle a little bit. Because you've got that line coming up to the shoulder, just kind of cutting like that. You come in and bring the clavicle down. So I think that's what you can do. Just little areas and nuances of that. All right? But you never know how it's going to look when it dries because anyone's guess is that acrylic. You know, that's the one thing. In some ways, that's kind of good because you don't know, but in other ways, it can be maddening because you just never, you know, mix something so carefully and the next thing, here, look, I'll make a acrylic here at this grocery store. I'm wearing the mask. All right. Okay, good. All right, Samantha, did you send it? I've got Peter and Edward responding back. Okay, it is. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's that. Ooh, yeah, you left that gold coming through us in the dripping. That looks good. And the legs are good. Shoot. What was this one? Oh, I just lost it. Yeah, we said it because I pushed the wrong button and it disappeared. It's like totally disappeared. Okay. Let's see. So, it just kind of looked like I sent it somewhere. No, isn't that very slow? It's a bit slow. There it is. Yeah, I like the way it drew. So what I was going to say is those legs have a nice cachet for the sitting figure. And that arm looks better. Hands still have to get in there. And then you also have kind of a blunt stop for where those feet are, because they're right behind that leg. So you could bring that drapery over a little bit more if you want. Maybe even just that one leg. And that way they don't just both toothpick down there. And then that leg that goes behind, because the mall's going to close down, you can go a little bit wider with that leg and pick up that foot. At some point, maybe some breakers go covering that, but you can go back under that. And let's see. Yeah, but it does look better. Also, going to compared to the other one. I like the figure in the back. It might have the figure in the far back a little light. I could go a little darker. And then with the sitting one, let's really emphasize that leg that the model's sitting on, and then that nice dark that's underneath, right on that shoulder. I always put a lot of emphasis on the shoulder because it's the one place where you can see something like the arm, shoulder overlapping the body. And so you can play that up a little bit. And then look for that taper as it comes down, and then also pick up that rounding around the gluteus, which is a little wider where it hits the hard surface. All right? Okay, we're good. Okay. I think that chair is too comfortable with me.
It's my size. It's good.
It's it looks like a comfy chair. It's a big comfy chair. I've got this kind of rude chair. So comfortable. It's not like home. Kind of what it, and then I got this really awesome Mexican sign. Can't live without an exit sign. All right, Tara. Oh, yeah, Tara, that is moving along. Okay, so the lights of the eyes are a little light, so let's make them the color of the skin and the lightest part, okay? And get that in there. Got some folds in, that looks good. Starting to get some more fingers in. So think about the fingers as, like you got the whole hand, Then you got the extension of the figure, and then you got this part to that part, this and that equal. And then these parts will be a little bit uneven as they go through. So look at like little gaps or a little bit like wider here, less so there. Maybe a little bend in the figure. You see when they bend, they get blocky. So everything's a little blocky. Shadow on the arm looks good. What's that area over there underneath the, oh, that's a drapery. The box and the drapery. Yeah, let's make those colors a little different, going a little bluer. As that goes in. And then a couple of toes too. But you're getting there. It's getting there. Each day it's better. It's getting further. You're almost done. Almost done. Okay, good. All right, let's see. Who else do we want? Victoria. One hand. Yeah, why don't we do you first because you can. Yeah, it's not that much time. It's not that much time. It's just a way of just kind of getting to see what's going on. Yeah, that was good. That was good. I like the arms and the legs. That was good. It's clear. And then you get the fingers behind. So if you just get darken around the eye sockets a little bit, don't get too light with the pupils. Make those feet a little irregular, like when they're coming down, because one's in front of the other, so they can be a little more different. And then each time you look at something like that, you can look at it in a more triangular shape. Oh, I see something else. See that line that's coming off the undergarment of the figure that's sitting down? It's aligned right up with the back edge of the yellow drapery. So you can make that a little different, or bring that down and curve that part of the white. Part of the white undergarment, when that lines, it's called tangent, when the line's right up with the edge of something that's behind it. So if you follow that line, and then it also goes right up to the elbow, so that elbow can go a little higher. But for sure, it's good. No, keep going. Whatever you're doing is working well. Keep going. Okay, Hannah. Way out in the wilds of Mountain. Yeah, each piece is just starting to come up a little bit, but it's just, it's funny when, it could be enough, and then it also could go on for like another year. It's funny the stage, but that's a good thing because you don't want to be at the point where the piece just looks solid, like there's no place to go with it. So it's nice that you have that, and then you can just make decisions as you go along. That leg got narrow, that's good. So the fingers sitting now, I like the fingers sticking out, separating, get some of the toes going that way. Shoulders looking good, chest is nice. You're a little bit simple with that calf shadow, so look for some reflected light. And then some of the areas behind the arm that's next to the body, that could start to shift over. And I would just go a little darker under the figure too, get some of that to really anchor it down some. Space behind looks good, the red's nice. Then when the figure comes back up again, it's a light. I would still bring that light across that seat of the model, just a little bit more, and then up the arm. So you just could kind of travel that light through. Because right now your light is a little more prominent towards the middle, and you could heighten it a little bit towards that chair and that side. All right, good. All right. Right over to the studio. I'll be back.
Okay. We're freaking out in the studios because they have to get stuff done and move out.
Oh,
Yeah, so they wanted to,
wow.
they want me to see what they're doing while they're still here. And then they have to get,
Wow. That sounds like a lot
yeah, it's a
to
lot.
do.
So they're getting a little worried.
So then have to move out for the whole month of December, and then they're allowed to come back in January?
They can, yeah. And if they don't go anywhere, they can go back sooner, but if they go, they have to be quarantined for 14 days.
Got you, okay. Fine.
Yeah. It's getting dark.
Yes, it is. It is 3 o'clock officially.
Yeah. It's getting dark, oh no. Turn your lights that way a little bit. Good. So there's no waiting this morning, huh?
What a Trader Joe's?
No, at the Kinder and the Papa.
Oh, waiting in a line?
Yeah.
No. Mm-mm. No line at all, it's just crickets and tumbleweeds.
Yeah, so there's no staff here.
Yeah, that's the two security guards that I'm used to seeing
Yeah,
at the museum entrance.
yeah.
And then the other elder at the desk. That's it.
I know. Crickets. And tumbleweeds. You ever seen tumbleweeds in person?
No, I have not.
They're pretty cool.
How
They
big?
really do tumble.
How big did they get?
I didn't see them that big. They were about the size of a beach ball. But boy, they really whipped across. They're in Arizona.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So is it just like one that comes out of nowhere and tumbles, or is it a
Nope.
whole like
Multiples.
crew of them?
Yeah, and the wind really, because there's nothing to stop it. It just goes for miles.
Huh.
Nothing to stop the light either. It's weird. Weird place.
Yeah, I definitely associate tumbleweeds with the West.
Yeah. Oh, there's tumbleweeds. But it's dry and inhospitable. There's signs everywhere saying that you have to bring water with you or you'll die. Everywhere you go, people give you water.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Sounds like a gift.
Yeah, it is, but if you don't drink it, you die. Because you don't even realize it. You're getting dehydrated. Comes so quickly.
Especially when it's hot and dry.
Yeah. We had trouble with our car. And,
What'd you say?
every time someone stopped, that we called to try to help them, they couldn't help. They just gave you water.
Oh, wow. Starting to sound like Frank Herbert's Dune or something.
Yeah. Hey, thirsty? Need some water?
What did they just give you bottles of water?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thirsty? Need some water?
So yeah, thank you for saying that because that's reminding me that tomorrow our water will be shut off.
Yeah. What's tomorrow?
I'm sorry?
What's tomorrow?
Oh, shut off of the water.
Oh, yeah,
Because they're
yeah,
doing
yeah.
the construction.
Yeah, don't forget that. Jeez.
I thought the construction was bad enough, but
Never ends, right?
they had a little cherry to put on top.
Shit. Never ends.
Yes, Scott told me, he said, I should write a book called This Shit Never Ends.
Oh, yeah.
Because, yeah,
Because you got a lot of stories.
yeah, like he knew about murders and
Yeah, right.
for weeks.
That's pretty funny.
Well, there's never a dull moment in it's like a communal house
No,
setting.
never.
You know, there's
Never.
always something going on.
Some drama.
Yeah, or some like sort of sitcomish
Yeah.
themed thing.
Yeah,
You know,
you're right.
it reminds me of like living in the one of the television show The Facts of Life or something.
Yeah, nothing around in Scott's world. He's got it so controlled.
Yeah.
Only thing that would happen is his wife would come home earlier or later than usual.
You guys talked about her picking up tables and throwing them in.
Bagels?
Tables.
Oh, she said bagels, though.
No, not bagels. Tables.
Tables? Wow, I didn't hear that. I heard about
I mean,
bagels.
I think if I had a choice between bagels and tables, I would probably choose bagels.
If you're sharing a bottle, he's all pumped out. I said, what's wrong, Scott? James to a bagel, I mean. He said, but then he said, I probably deserved it. Tables. No.
That brings all moment.
I wonder if that's the same story with the bagels, and it's over the years it's turned into tables.
Tables?
I'm a little suspect because they kind of rhyme. And plus, how hard would it be throw a table? Scott was in the hospital with concussion. What happened? Oh, Jen threw a table. That's pretty funny. No, he's a good guy.
Yes, most definitely.
Must say, I've never had my wife throw a table or a bagel.
Or a bagel.
Getting close to the last pose here. So I think for the last pose, what I'll have you do is go back down to that one instead of up to that one.
Okay, sure.
Okay?
Are we getting close? to
Yeah,
like-
it's 322 on
What?
it. Yeah. It's 322. $322 and all is well. You tell it's getting so dark.
Yeah, you can definitely tell it's a little after 3.
Yeah. Painting department meeting this afternoon.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
How long did those meetings usually last?
An hour.
Okay. So you'll be highly caffeinated.
Yeah.
Go in.
Well, Zoom.
Oh, it's via Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay.
No one's here.
That's right. Well, the
It's
Zoom
just
meetings
us.
can kind of be like fun,
Was
you
it?
know.
You think they're fun?
I think they can kind of be fun.
No.
No?
Oh, this will be deadly.
It reminds me of a party line.
Yeah, it could be that if people spoke, but no one says anything.
Do you have at least like one person with the phone or the camera will way up their nose or way up on their face?
Yeah, I know, there's always that. That's really funny. And then there's also the ones that don't turn the mute off.
On the phone?
Or they'll, on the Zoom call.
Oh.
So they'll like pick up a phone call from someone, don't take them. Yeah, there's some funny things.
I think it's funny because you can tell like a lot of people are just still getting used to all of this technology.
I know. And there's so many different colliding technologies. Like I was using, our Canvas program that we used for the classes last night. And there was a feature I hadn't used for a while. And then I was like, I stumbled a bit because I couldn't really remember how to do it. Because I hadn't used it for a while.
Right.
So I made a couple of mistakes and I figured it out.
It's almost like you should have written a little manual for yourself. Just
Yeah,
in case.
yeah, it's true. Yep.
Yeah, it's hard to hold all this information in your head,
Yeah.
dedicated to memory.
Well, especially with those kinds of things because they all have a route you're supposed to take.
Right.
And you have to remember that route.
Or access is denied.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Access denied.
Have you ever eaten truffles before?
Have I what?
Ever eaten truffles?
I've had them in something. I haven't had it completely alone.
What did it sort of taste like?
It tastes like mushrooms that are more exaggerated.
Mm. So kind of like earthy.
Yeah, very earthy.
Okay.
Almost like you're not supposed to eat it.
No.
I still remember the first time I had cilantro.
Mhm.
It was such an odd flavor. It just didn't really taste like something I was supposed to eat.
Yeah, it reminds me of soup.
Yeah, yeah. And then once you get used to it, then you go, oh yeah, I really like this. But you know, the first time. And so it's a little bit like that.
Okay.
Are you gonna get them?
No, I saw that there was a Alfredo sauce with
Yeah.
it was
Truffles.
in yeah.
Yeah, I've had it in that. I've had it in cheese, like a what is it, like a camembert with it in there. It's nice in there because it kind of mellows it a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't gonna chance it with the mac and cheese I'm making.
No, don't, because that would really be mac and cheese. The nice thing about mac and cheese is it's sweet, it's creamy, and it's just kind of there's nothing too harsh in it,
Right.
and that would make it a little harsh.
Okay. Yeah, especially for folks who weren't expecting it.
Oh God, no. Yeah, you don't want to throw them a wrench.
No.
No, the thing I like in mac and cheese is crab or lobster
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
it's sweet. It's good. The textures are pretty similar.
Right. It breaks up nicely and
It does. Yeah. But when you make a good mac and cheese, it's like putting a filet mignon.
yeah.
Cheese is so expensive.
I know.
I mean, if you make it with Velveeta and
Yeah.
American cheese, yeah, it's cheap.
No,
That's
I
not what we're
don't
talking
don't
about.
need it anymore. It's like it's almost like a close second to cheese whiz to me now.
It's totally cheese whiz.
So,
Yeah.
um, I like to use Alfredo sauce instead of a rib.
Sure,
Because
sure.
it like saves the stuff.
Yeah.
And I think the last time I made it, I almost forgot to put sharp cheddar in it.
Oh gosh, you're too mellow.
But then what I did was I like grated it in thick chunks,
Uh-huh.
and then I stuck them like you would stick a toothpick into a cake to see if it's done.
Mm-hmm.
I stuck them all throughout
Oh,
the
that's
mac
cool.
and cheese like that,
That's a good idea.
so they didn't have to melt horizontally.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Got a little vertical action, and my friend told me. He said he ate it, and it was like he could taste every kind of cheese I put in.
Oh, cool.
But he said it was almost like opening a Christmas or like a present.
Because it kept unfolding.
Yeah.
Cool.
And then he tried to talk me into trying to sell it.
No. Everything's fun until you try to sell it.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like when you try to sell it, sometimes it takes the love out of it, you
It
know.
does.
But that made me feel really good.
But yeah, it's totally a compliment.
Yeah.
That was nice. Totally.
This time I'm gonna do the panko breadcrumbs on top.
Yep. It gives a little bit of crunch.
Yeah. Yeah. Some Swiss, some Gruyere,
Sure.
sharp cheddar, provolone.
Nice.
I like when provolone cooks down, it's like It adds a nice texture, and it also makes it look really good when you pull the cheese up, and
Yeah.
it's like stringy
Yep. Yeah, it's got a little bit of substance to it.
and yeah.
Yeah, because cheddar tends to get a little lumpy.
Yes, it does. Like I vowed after having mac and cheese from people where the mac and cheese was like almost like kugel.
Yeah.
Like a brick of
Sweet It's 3:33, so, yeah, another 10 minutes, yeah. 10 minutes. Okay, let's do our last round here. Dina, yeah, nice, Tina. The only thing that am gonna ask you to take on, it probably wasn't that dark when you put it on until it dried, was that underside of that arm here. This part, on the same figure, just a little dark. The other one's fine, just move it into the adjacent cloth, and that should work. So you have like a 10-minute one at the end, so I'm gonna have the model sit down again on the seated one instead of standing up. So maybe what you want to do is work on that arm that's down like this, that one. It's in front, and just get a little bit more light around that shoulder, and then less of that very intense color coming down the front of you. Okay? Good. Almost there. Good. All right, Samantha, did you send it? All right, send it, and I'll come back to you. Julia Popsicle, aka Popsicle. Nice. I'm liking this one. See, look at that, it opened it right up. I really like it. I like the shapes. I like those white spaces in there. You're really moving them around. And then when you work that negative space around that lamp area. So now it's just putting some color and something down in the foreground area where, you're not going to have that figure, but you can have more into that. If you have that little red, maybe you just made yellow like it is. Maybe that's all it needs. Just have this be a one shot. So did you put any gesso back into it, or was it all from digging back over?
So I didn't put any gesso.
Okay. I was just going to say, you took the words right out of my mouth. You know what there is to fear?
Nothing.
That's right. Guys, think about that. Think about that. There's no fear out there.
Have you seen that one movie? It's like a total psychologist, but it's
Yeah. I saw the advertised, yeah.
It's just a big stuff. But it has some really interesting concepts. That's like, this is a quick synopsis of it. And there's like this crazy alien animals, and they can't really know they're there, but so weird.
Oh yeah, I heard of it. Yeah, they were. Yeah, but that's just like animals in general, isn't it? That's what we're talking about. Gotta bring a little banana around as like a Geiger counter. See the cutest or what? Little banana. Gee, isn't that true? Dogs can tell in a minute. They can tell like in a second if you're somebody to trust or not. They can smell it. That's what it is. I so admire them. They're just so amazing. And they're never wrong. Ever. Me too, man. We need it. We need it. Okay. Exactly. Like Tara. Tara, I like this headband you have. That's cool. Looking very 70s. Nice, Tara. Nice. So you're getting your toes in, you're getting the hands in.
I think you've got a lot of, so the nice thing is for next week, you'll be able to build on those things pretty easily because you won't have this whole thing, you just work on what you want to. And I like that big cast shadow, the blue, I think that worked really well. I would like to see a little bit more of another color shift or color underneath the figure, the one that's seated. Maybe you can put in a little bit of that in this next 10-minute pose as it goes. You separated the blue from the gray, that looks good, and then the gray behind. That blue is a little bulbous. Maybe that can get a fold in there too. But it's good, yeah, got a lot going on, great. All right, so Min, are you there? Min's phone? Oh wait, Samantha, did you send it? Correct, sorry. Yep, I see Samantha, I'll do Samantha first. Sorry about that. Yeah, that was good. That was fun. Yeah, I like that little Mercury cover over. I think that solved it. It's nice. You know, in a painting, to believe it, you always want little mysterious parts in it. And folds and coming over something. And if you look at that area, you've got that light falling on the legs, you've got the shadow on the chair, and then you've got the light coming from behind the chair. So there's really some nice movement in there. I like that. So see if you can't find that, because as you heard, we're going to be doing the pose where the model's seated on that yellow. See if you can't do that on that. Like put a little bit of a shadow beside and underneath the figure and a little light behind it, so it comes around. And that way it'll make you aware of everything that's in there. And you know, that gets into this idea that often finish has very little to do with the object, but it has so much to do with everything around it. All right? All right, I think I'll keep it pretty busy for 10 minutes. You losing steam? Don't make me mad. It shouldn't make you mad. You should be happy. You're gonna be happy. You know, it's looking great, and it's so much better than it was a few weeks ago, and that's the good thing. We could be there looking at it and saying, I don't know, it just kind of went wrong, something went wrong, and, you know, and you don't want it to turn out the same way each time, because it means that you're just playing it safe and you're doing the same thing all the time. So if you don't recognize it, that's usually a good thing. So that's probably the stage you're in right now, is you don't really recognize it. So have some faith. I know it's hard sometimes, but you know, we'll press on. All right. Now, Min's phone. I mean, I'm gonna miss that Min's phone. Oh yeah, get some color in there quickly. Nice. So it's you know, having the ink, it doesn't you know, stick on that, so it goes around nicely. So I get a little thicker in some places, you know, particularly in the there behind and underneath the figure a little bit. And then if you place some more ink on top of it, then you can place some of the folds. That's the only thing I'm missing is it feels like there's color blotches and then figures, and maybe they melded together a little bit more. That could be interesting. All right, so we go with some of that. You have a little bit of fold under there, but a little more. And Victoria, maybe, and Hannah too. Victoria and Hannah. I just see a dark screen, so it's hard. Just a dark screen. So, Victoria, I emailed Peter, so he knows you're going to contact him. I said also, if you and I need to work again, we could do it tomorrow. So he said, fine. So just talk to him. He's a great guy. You can just, you know, just be honest with him. You know, he'll just be great. Just tell him everything you want. And he loves stories. Tell him stories. Like tell him the story about your movie and everything. He'll just love it. No, you get to know Peter. He's a good guy, and he'll go really good at that for you. Because Anne's always going to be good for student services. That's what she's all about. Peter's about the mechanism of the school, and he makes stuff happen. He's like the magic man. So, yes, he did. It looks good. It's lighter. I like it. There's a fresher color to it. I think that worked. Yeah, very nice. So you're really getting different skin on different parts of it. So the only thing is, get in those spaces, find those sockets, work on that a little bit, and get some of the side of the mom's head. You can get the ear in there with some of the strap on. Work on that for this next one. Yeah, it's good. I think you did fine. Very good. All right, and Hannah. Yep. Following this. So the only thing I'm seeing now is some of the paint coming over the parts and developing inside. You lost that knee a bit on the figure poses now, the raised knee. And find that, get some of the back of the knee, get some of that shadow underneath it so it doesn't cut up underneath the figure that much. Let that go a little flatter. And then look at the connection between the feet and the other feet. The two of them. I like the way yours is kind of pierced in there, but maybe you can clarify the blues around it. You can put some fabric over if you need to. Play up some of those folds. That might work like underneath and around it. And then those toes have to that foot's kind of coming at us like this. So you want to find some of the pad of it, and then maybe just take the big toe, and you could let the other ones go through. Yeah, that's a good one, man. I like this one. I don't think it know. Getting dark, isn't it? No, it's not cold. It's nice. Have you been outside? Yeah, gotta get outside. Even if you just open the door and breathe in, just open it, breathe in. Oh, you do? Oh, good. That helps. That's good. It's good to get some fresh air. We all need it. Downtown fresh air. Good stuff. All right, so we have like 5 minutes. Woo, we have 5 minutes. Oh no. Then I have to go to a meeting. Hey, do you want to go to a meeting for me? You give me my proxy. Did you hear that model? Do you want me my proxy? Each no, it's gonna do this. Because it's as bad as this, we would say, like, we give a talk and we'll ask for feedback. We do the same thing, and the faculty don't say anything either. Don't let them tell you. The same 3 faculty speak. That's it. It's so funny. You have to literally call on their name, just like you do with you guys. We do that. That's a good one. I think that'll be good. I'll try that one. Oh my God. I'm ready to go out. Now, Hannah, wait for this. I'm gonna go out and get some fresh air beforehand. Because it's gonna revive me a little bit. But I'm gonna go all the way down the elevator, out, go around, and then go back in on my band again. The last one, name. Excuse me. Can I do your name? All right, so almost there. Yes, taking some of this stuff out too.
guess I'm gonna leave some stuff. I guess I'm gonna leave some things. No one's gonna be here. Yeah, the fact that you're missing that, you call them and say, do we have anything? No, I'm good.
Crickets and tumbleweeds.
Oh, my
My grandma, she participates in these conference calls with her
God.
church,
Yeah.
and it's pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Too. It's like
same
people
thing.
just sitting there in silence.
Total silence.
With
It's like
the same
they,
two
like
or
they
three
can't be
people.
seen or something.
Maybe you should have an icebreaker. Some kind of activity to unify everybody besides just the Zoom. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. Like a puzzle or something. Word game.
Edutainment. Like share fun facts, with folks.
No, you can't do that because then they never forget it. Yeah, you have to be really careful what you tell colleagues. Oh my God. 5 years later, they'll bring it up.
5 years.
Yeah. Like that story with Scott and the bagel.
Yeah. Turns into a table.
I think he told me that story 10 years ago.
It's been revised.
I know. It's like the telephone game. The bagel turned into a table.
Well, maybe he did say bagel and I misheard him because of the mask.
That's probably true. That's probably what it is. I bet you're right. Because that would be like Scott to tell the same story. That's probably what it was. Because I can't imagine picking up a table.
Right.
Yeah, he loves that story. It's like street cred or something.
The tale of Jan and the bagel.
Yeah, Jan and the bagel.
That's the right.
Oh, that's sad.
I know.
Well, it's been wonderful.
Thank you. You've been wonderful as well. Thank you for having me model for you.
Absolutely, I enjoyed getting to know you. It all started with that phone call, remember?
Yeah, that was kind of that.
We got on really well, and it's really great.
Well, the part with the COVID testing was the kind of bananas part.
Wasn't it something?
But, the good thing about it, though, is I know now before I come back to go get COVID tested.
Go right in there. Yeah, it'd be easy. Yeah, it was easy, really easy. Have a great Thanksgiving.
You too. And
All right, folks, have a great Thanksgiving, and I will see you next class. We'll be all online. I'll be beaming from nowhere. I'll be zooming from the studio, so we'll connect up there. And we've used the still photographs to wrap these up. All right, so I'll get you started next time at 1, and then we'll do some follow-up on some, looking at the work together in some smaller groups. Okay? And I just saw Mama walking behind me this time. I said, "Who's here?" So, but it's good. We got a lot done. And the pieces look great. So, just think about what needs to be done to finish them up for the next couple classes. Okay? And have a great Thanksgiving. Ours is gonna be kind of quiet. I think everybody's gonna be that way. I'm still doing the whole turkey thing, man. Going for it. I ordered the turkey today at the market, so we'll get that. And so enjoy yourself, but don't take any big risks. And then next week's right around the corner will be early December. Gosh, hard to believe, isn't it? It's like December 1st, next Tuesday. Whoa. Crazy, huh? Hard to believe. So Victoria, let me know if you need my help tomorrow, okay? So you can just email me, and we'll check on that. And Min, you as well. All right, and the rest of you take care. See you next week.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.